Hey, what's up, gamers? Welcome back. It's been a little bit. Thanks for clicking. We are hopping in today to check out X4 again. Which recently, very recently, just had a big new update. Which I think is fully out. The 8.0 Diplomacy update with X4 Envoy Pack DLC. Got a couple hundred hours in X4 over the years and enjoyed it. You know, it's a cool game. We haven't played it in a while, I think. I don't know when the last time we played was. Though I suppose it's possible that my last quick save is a good indicator. It looks like September 21st, 2023. It's weird that it's been almost exactly 2 years. It feels like I can still remember that campaign better than that. So, huh. How is it 2025 already almost over? Anyway, I hope you had a nice week so far. Haven't seen you all since we concluded the RimWorld campaign. I still need to get the rest of the VODs uploaded and published on YouTube. I should have already done that. I've got most of them. I think we're up to part 29 on YouTube. For the, I couldn't figure out the VOD for the finale had like 8 or 10 muted parts on Twitch. I don't even know why. Is it still the rain sound? I don't know what it is. But it's annoying because I've asked a couple other content creators like, hey, how do you deal with the RimWorld Twitch muting? And they're like, it doesn't mute for me. So, I don't know. It feels like it's only a me issue still. No one else is noticing it anymore. So, I don't know. I'm not sure why it is disproportionately affecting me. Yo, what's up? Welcome back. I would say it's good to be back, but that would be a lie. No. There's just, I've been struggling really bad. I feel like I've been in a huge rut as far as figuring out what sounds good to stream. And I've been 50-50 on X4 for the last like 2 or 3 days at this point. I finally gave in because I couldn't figure out anything better. And this could end up being a short stream. I'm not gonna make any promises. This is not a guaranteed giant campaign that we're beginning. We haven't played this in 2 years, and there's been a number of changes to some of the core gameplay of X4. I think one of the big things was they redid the flight model and how it feels to fly. And there's a non-zero chance that just pisses me off, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to even play this. Because like, I don't know, changing how it feels to fly spaceships, it could be more fun. You know, I'm trying to stay open-minded. Maybe it's better now. I don't know. But the thing about X4 is I wouldn't say that I've had a love-hate relationship with it, because that makes it sound like worse than it is. I think it's a great game that I got my money's worth out of for about 200 hours of game, and has been, you know, a joy to explore and come to understand, because it's a very deep game and also very complicated, and the learning process is pretty steep for it, and it's difficult to stream sometimes because I don't know how to do everything in it, and it's been 2 years since I played, so I'm not going to remember how to do anything. I'm going to have to kind of relearn. But it's one of those games that Twitch chat doesn't really play for the most part, other than like 1 or 2 people. And so I remember specifically X4 as the game where I was constantly like, chat, please help, how do you do this? And nobody knows. And then we Google it and cannot find an answer, and we're just like, okay, I guess we're just gonna try and do something else. Because it's like a mysterious enigma. An uncrackable code. Very few people have actually like got a working comprehension of the ins and outs. So the thing about X4 though is, if you've seen the old streams from a couple years ago, you'll know that there are a number of things in the game that bother me. And the reason why I was kind of like on the fence about whether to stream it or not is because I feel like we're just gonna run into those same things over again, and I'm gonna start bitching about them over again. You know what I mean? Like it's inevitable. So I kind of didn't want to get to that point. I'm gonna try and be open-minded and try and just enjoy myself, but I know that all the things that piss me off are still there. And I don't think they've changed a lick. To be fair, I played 500 hours and I still have that problem. I don't remember which problem, but yeah, and every time a new DLC comes out, they never address the actual things I personally perceive as issues with the game. And I am a little worried that X4 may have run its course, just because I'm not trying to be overly negative at the start of the stream. I'm kind of just feeling negative today for some reason. So I wouldn't say that I'm grumpy. I just feel, I don't know how to explain it. Certain games I look at and I go, you're 90% of the way there. If you could just get the other 10%, you'd have a timeless classic. But I need to like become rich so I can become an executive producer on games that I really enjoy and see the potential of, so that I can like financially force them to fix the issues. You know what I mean? Like use that as leverage to just like kick the other guys out who are steering it what I perceive to be incorrectly, and I want to be in the driver's seat for once, because there's so many of those games that are just like 90% of the way there. I think X4 is one of them. I think one of the things I would point to as an example is the new update is the diplomacy update, which I'm interested in seeing if that like changes anything moment to moment in the sandbox. But my fear is that one of the 3 main features that they tout about this new update is that it requires the player headquarters in order to utilize, which I famously never build or never do the quest for. So I won't even be able to experience that unless I give in and do the story mission for the player headquarters. And then the second part of that is agents, which are famously maligned in every other game in which they are present. So I'm not really sure if we're just doing definition of insanity here in different games, because I can't think of one example in which a strategy game included a espionage aspect that wasn't hated by the player base. Maybe this time out of dozens of other tries, we've got one that works, but nobody likes it in Stellaris. Nobody likes using agents for spying in Hearts of Iron. And even Crusader Kings spying sucks, in my opinion, from the last time we played, because they changed the entire Spy Master system, and I disliked it. Star Sector agents are okay, I guess. Yep, that's Nexarellingy, so that's not even the core game, brother. You've just been mod-brained for too long. Never played the base game, only the Star Wars mod? Yeah, a lot of people like the Star Wars mod. Ever thought about getting into game dev? No, I'm too stupid for that. There's no shot that I could actually ever make a game. No way. I do not have code brain. The only chance I ever had would be to hit the jackpot in the casinos and take those millions and just become the classic and much hated ideas guy, you know? Who nobody wants to work with. I think if I ever made a game, because I still got a lot of life in front of me, I hope. If I ever made a game, like, it would be a board game. I feel like I could make something like that, because a board game does not require that coding expertise that I will never have, or the, you know, like, from an artist standpoint, it's much easier, I feel like, to commission artists for something that is on cardboard than something that is 3D rendered and modeled in a video game. Not to say that that work is easier, but I'm saying, like, contracting that out would be easier, I think. But pretty much anybody can make a board game. It does not require any coding expertise. You can just come up with rules, you can write them down, you can write on doodle on little cards and then play them out there and have yourself a game with just text if you want. It's very straightforward comparatively. What's your favorite tabletop game? My favorite tabletop game is Cosmic Encounter. That'd be my number one. The Fantasy Flight edition from 2000 and the mid 2000s. I want to say it was 2003. If I had to pick that particular edition of the game with expansions. And then very kind of funky game. I've definitely played with some people who were like, I really love that, let's play again. And I've played with some people who didn't seem that they didn't seem that concerned with it. It definitely takes the funny thing about board games is board games require the right players. I've played some board games that have critical acclaim, international acclaim, that are 10 out of 10 online, and my family hated them. You know what I mean? And then nobody ever wants to play that award-winning game ever again or whatever. So it really needs, like, you have to pick the right game for the right players. Me trying to find people to play Wonders with? Wonders question mark? What's Wonders question mark? 7 Wonders? 7 Wonders is pretty easy to get people to play, I think. It's very teachable. There's also a 2-player version of 7 Wonders that is very good. So then you only need to find one person to play with. It's much easier to do that. Which I'd recommend. Anyway, I digress. The point is that we're gonna poke around in X4 today and kind of just start up a new campaign. I need to check some settings first, because since last time I played, they have changed, like I said, the flight model, which I don't know if that translates to allow yourself to be ejected into your spacesuit. Why would you ban yourself from emergency ejecting? I have to find my other favorite board game, so let me see if I can I have list somewhere. Oh well, I'll find it later. I don't feel like getting too distracted. Auto roll off, collision avoidance off, boost toggle off, aim assist off, maintain speed and menus, yes. Those are good. Menus are small, I know, they're gonna be a little tiny. These all look pretty standard. Head movement intensity, let's turn that to like 70. Lower it a bit. Accessibility. Reduced game speed mode. In order to use this feature, you need to bind an input. Oh, you can like go to slow motion, so you have more time to react to things. That makes sense. Okay, I actually don't really see anything that I feel like I need to change. So we're not playing timelines. I don't ever plan on playing timelines. I don't care if it unlocks content, I'm not playing it. So we're gonna go open universe, which is the only mode that I care about. And these are the different starting conditions, but I'm gonna try and do... The start is only available with an unmodified game. For a modified game, use creative. What is modified? I don't think I have any mods. I'm not sure what constitutes modified or what budgeted is. I did get the Hyperion pack and the Envoy pack. I think, did I actually, maybe I didn't get the Hyperion pack because it has the little button next to it. That one I didn't buy. I don't really like parentage ships, so I didn't see the point in buying one. So I think we're gonna do custom creative. But I don't really know how to do this, so bear with me. Because what I want to do is figure out how to basically force unlock the boron. I don't know. Like, I do not want to do... I don't... Oof. I might be biting off more than I could chew here. Okay, starting ship. I want the... whatever you normally start with from, like, the crappy start. Which is... Chat, if you do the, like, the poor guy start, what ship do you get? The frog. It doesn't look like a frog. I was hoping it was going to be a little more froggy. I think it's a scout, isn't it? Yeah, this is one of these discoverers. There's a sentinel and a vanguard. So I guess, wait, hold on. Let's just back out real quick. I want to say Young Gun is the kind of default start, right? You start with only 10,000 credits. You start with an basic bad fighter, the elite. No property, just a basic dude, right? So why don't we just take the same ship there? The elite fighter. That thing sucks. I don't know why it's called the elite, though. Okay. The elite. Is it an elite sport? I don't know. Is it a different one? Some of these are not in alphabetical order. Or is it an elite sentinel or vanguard? Vanguard. All right, let's start with an elite vanguard with... Well, we have to start with an engine. I guess just a default all-around Argonian. I'm gonna call it Argonian for fun. Because when I see ARG, that's what I think. I guess it is Argonian, isn't it? I don't know, I don't remember. What are all the races? Paranid. This is Argon. Split. Talati. Terran. I think that's them. And then a very basic shield, just a Mark 1 Argon shield. And then whatever the most basic, probably pulse laser? Pulse laser Mark 1? That's the basic one, right? Okay. Currently edited ship is missing mandatory upgrades marked in red. Oh yeah, it needs thrusters. Maneuvering jets, if you will. Software, as little as possible. Oh yeah, I need to unmute the game. This is just the soundtrack in the background. Which I was vibing with, don't get me wrong, it's a good song. Nothing in the hold, and then crew, nobody, just me. Confirm. Lock that in. Use spacesuit. Start in a spacesuit instead of a ship. Okay. I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know what you do if you do that. I don't know if you can... It's just a guy floating around in a chair. Where do you go from there? 0 to hero flashbacks. I don't even know what you do to make money if you start there. Because normally to make money, you start with a basic ship and you can do like little mini missions that are like, go scan some signals or go drop such and such off. I don't know how you earn money without a ship in this game. I'm gonna Google it and see if anyone else. Custom start, no money, no ships, X4. How do I make money? Is it possible? The only thing I have in mind is to start on a frontline sector. Go to the nearest station, wait till it's attacked, collect some loot and sell it, repeat until you get the cheapest ship. You can also get stuck there forever if no one attacks this station. Okay, that's kind of what I was imagining, is just getting stuck somewhere forever unless you just like somehow hop on someone else's ship. Which I don't even know if you can, because there's no interiors on most of the ships in the game. Other than the pilot's chair. Been there, done that? Let's see, someone else has already done this. Spacesuit has 1,500 seconds of air, which translates to 12 kilometers of range under ideal circumstances. This laser on the spacesuit cannot destroy hostile station drones. The spacesuit laser can be sold for slightly more than the cost of Mark II engines. Basically, it's going to be a huge pain. I'm not going to do it. It doesn't sound fun. Wake riding larger vessels is very unreliable, never worth the time to set up. I don't even know if that works anymore anyways because of the changes to all the flight model stuff. All right, no. Now I gotta change this back because I didn't save it. It was worth a look though. Okay, back to... me? Is there a random button for this? Because I don't really care. Starting balance, 10,000 credits. I think that's fine. That's really not much money at all. Repair laser and a spacesuit scanner. Okay. Default ship scan. Preferred build method. I don't know what that means. I don't want any blueprints and I don't want any wares. Okay, just eyeballs for a second there. We could be the fish in the pod. I think I'm just gonna be default Argon guy. One of these dudes. They look the exact same. Almost no difference. What is that? Is that a what is it? Am I cybernetic or is that a mask? Star-Lord. Star-Lord. We're never gonna see ourselves again anyways. I don't think there's even like a third person really, unless you can see yourself through the ship cockpit in third person maybe. All right, you're good enough. Let's go. To property, none. Universe, starting sector, kind of doesn't matter. Enabled ring highway, yes. Linear highways, what that mean? Known sectors, all stations known. I don't want to know all stations, I just want to know all sectors, if that makes sense. I want to have to explore the sectors, but I don't want to have to add the sectors to the map by going there first, because they're always in the same place. But I'll just do it. Like I don't really want to have insta map knowledge of every possible station. But also, I don't know which of these are actually secret and which ones are core or like just reachable without doing a mission. I assume the ones that are grayed out are possibly only reachable when doing a mission. I think the easiest way to tell is what's the name of the boron space? And I can see whether it's grayed out or not. Yeah, Kingdom's End. That'd be the most obvious. Yeah, it's grayed out. Choose one of the following story options. So, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it alone. And we can just do it the old-fashioned way. That way, at least I'll have an idea of where we've been before and where we haven't been before. In this particular save. Once again, I'm not committing to a full campaign. I'm just poking around. This could be a 1-stream thing. It could be a 3-stream thing. Could be more. I don't know. I just want to like see what's changed and if the things that pissed me off before are still as bad as they were back then. Story states. Question marks. I've never done the headquarters in 200 game hours. I refuse on principle, and I don't care what gameplay elements I am missing as a result. See, I'm not even allowed. Uncheck the option to hide spoilers to see this item. So, okay. Yeah, I have done I don't know, maybe I did do the HQ once. You can't even pick these unless you pick the HQ. Yeah, no, I did have to do this because we did do the Kingdom End situation. We've already done that before. So I think I have to pick... If I want Boron to be open, I have to pick either HQ with Bosata or Bosata and Dalbusta. Which one did we do? So I take it back. I did have to do the HQ, but I never even engaged with it at all. I only did it to unlock the Boron content. Just Bosa is fine. What's your problem with the HQ? Me and the devs are diametrically opposed on what we want out of X4. The devs of X4 want heavy integration of forced story missions that have optional in parentheses in order to access the sandbox's content. Most heavily emphasized by the Timelines DLC. I, on the other hand, just want a sandbox where everything is designed with the sandbox in mind. The devs created a massive sandbox and then stuck a giant stick in the spokes of the wheel over and over again, with every DLC having, like, story missions that you need to do once in order to unlock. Like, for example, even if you you buy the ship DLC for the parentage ship that came out, and it's like one ship, which again, I'm fine with DLCs that are like obviously a little not worth from an objective standpoint when it's a niche game that is still updating and continuing development. Like, I'm okay with a $7 ship pack, and it's kind of just like a keep supporting the game development pack. That's fine. But it's like the Hyperion pack is a ship that you add to the game, and it doesn't just add it to integrate it into the sandbox. You have to do a little story mission to unlock it. And apparently once you do, you can do it right at the beginning of the game, and you become just like OP because it's very powerful and very easy to unlock and stuff. Instead of taking a ship and economically integrating it into the simulation, you just like, meh, here's a story mission, here's your OP content. It clashes with the rest of the design principles of the economic sim and the sandbox. Like, I want all the content that they add to the game to enhance the sandbox, but instead it's like there's two separate games sort of glued together. There's like the story missions that the devs really like, for example, Timelines, and that's even a completely separate game mode. That's how much they want to do that. You know what I mean? Whereas I don't want to start a new game and have to do a like 12 mission chain to unlock an entire faction of ships. So I have to do like a custom start to force unlock it from the beginning, which could screw up a bunch of other things that the dominoes that I can't predict. So I think we want Queendom Returned, right? Fully integrated into the network. I have no idea what the Timeline's epilogue does. The Yaki chain? What's the Yaki chain? So I need to do Bosata and Dalbusta. Okay. The Soulborn Militia Project and the Terran Secret Service investigation into the origin of the Yaki has concluded. They become neutral. All right, whatever, that's fine. Are there any more really annoying quest chains to skip for content? It feels like pulling nails whenever I do the story missions. Yeah, I just don't want to do any story missions if I can help it. I don't mind doing the story missions once, but I don't really like having to grind them each playthrough. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What are the Timelines options? The Timelines options let you pretend like I did the timelines content even though I didn't? Are these just like OP ships that you unlock? Like what do you actually unlock from timelines? I don't know what it changes in the main game. New sectors and ships. Do the ships get used by other factions, or do they only get used by the player? They don't get it. They don't get used by the other factions at all. All right, we're keeping them off then. The second thing is, does anyone know if there's an X4 mod that disables derelict ships completely? Just removes them from the game. Honestly, worst feature. Dude, I knew I was gonna become like this as soon as I turned the stream on. I'm sorry. This is why I have been at war with myself mentally for the last 2 days, trying to figure out if I wanted to turn on the stream for X4, because I knew it was gonna be like start of stream trying to figure out how to remove all the imperfections. For those of you that don't know what X4 is, there's a great game under there once we get started. There really is. But the devs are clueless. The devs are clueless. I'm sorry. It's really good, and it's one of a kind as well. The reason I want to turn off derelict ships is because, chat, if you don't know, in the sandbox game, whenever you start a game, certain ships called derelicts that can be very powerful spawn in, and they are in the same position every campaign. So anyone who's ever played X4, they'll be like, oh yeah, what I do is I start a new game and I go for the derelict in this sector, and that gets me started on my fleet, and I get this awesome ship. Streamer, why you should go get that ship. And so it's very like, are you an idiot? You're not using the player headquarters, which is super powerful, and you're not going to get such and such derelict? They're in the same spot every campaign. So it's just like, can't you at least randomize them? Can't you at least just like move them around a little bit? And you don't find the same one in the same spot each time. That just little things that are the antithesis of a sandbox game like that just piss me off. I can't keep it under wraps, but I'm just gonna let's just squish it a little bit. Squish it. I can't get so worked up in the first 40 minutes. Seeing anyone play an X game and objecting to derelicts is a new one. That's because people who have played each of the previous games are stuck in the past. It's an ancient franchise that is afraid of change and afraid of improving and bettering itself. And there's like a handful of old players who just do things because that's the way it's always been done, instead of using modern design sensibilities to try to make a better current version of the game, and are just like, well, that's the way we always did it, so. Because they didn't know better. But like, I can give a very simple reason why changing how the derelict system works improves the sandbox. It's very basic and I think undeniable. And just objectively true. In a sandbox game, if you randomize what can be found as a derelict and randomize where derelicts can be found, you enhance exploration. Is that not just a basic principle of X4? Is exploration? Whereas reducing variability also reduces exploration? Like, isn't that just a simple fact? I don't even know how that would be arguable. I cannot see any other angle on that. We lived in a different time. Yeah, like imagine if they were always the same in Star Sector. Right? Star Sector is a great example of that, where you go through different core sectors that are always the same, but you can come across different artifacts and different relics and different ships and have a different experience each time you play. If you know where everything is, you're not exploring anything. You're just going through the motions. All right, let's get out of this screen. Are there any other situations that I need to skip? Just get the free 14th battle group onslaught. North River, can you elaborate? You stole a distribution module blueprint and can build a rival trade. Additionally, North River's Astrid-class ships have been sabotaged and can now be captured. It's tedious and boring. I don't think he's ever done North River. I haven't done most of the things because I try to avoid any story mission at all costs, if possible. So that's correct. I don't know what skipping this does, though. You may get a free ship from Queendom returned at your HQ. Yeah, I remember that from doing that campaign. I'm just gonna pretend like it doesn't exist. If, because I remember getting one when doing the story mission. I don't know if it just feeds it to you if you skip it. But I'm just gonna ignore any free ships, basically. Which is also why I ignore all of derelicts, because they're just free ships planted there for you, basically. All right, I think that we're just gonna go with that. And then research, we're gonna leave at default. It's for the Avarice DLC. You need to do a mission that involves placing nav beacons in multiple spots and fighting with a poorly acted CEO. Well, that's the same. Those are the same missions that are in Boron. You have a sector of space that burns your ship up, and you have to plant nav beacons in multiple spots. It's the same mission. I think I'm ready to start. I'm just gonna jump in. Be nice to people on your way up because you meet them on the way down. I don't disagree that you should be nice to people. But that doesn't mean that I will. I don't know why I just got achievements for starting the game. To learn about missions, no. I gotta remember the button. I gotta figure out what the buttons are. How do you, hang on, let's just hit some buttons here.
Sunder, gas, sentinel.
Okay. Okay. Container magnet. F for little info screen. H brings up tutorials.
Comms channel open.
Surrender. I don't know who I just communicated with, but your ship is mine.
Goodbye.
I need to move my camera also. Okay, we got the map, obviously. That's the one thing I do remember. Chat, how steer ship, bro? Okay, there we go. Isn't there like another way to do this besides holding left click? Shift plus space, thank you. I don't remember the hotkeys for the most part. Sorry, I'm not trying to make you dizzy. I'm just like, And then we got mouse wheel for speed controls. I remember that. And then are there still travel modes? Or do they get rid of them entirely? Tab for max. Yeah, I remember tab is like the boost. Okay, travel mode charging. Shift 2, we got scan mode. Shift 3, long range scan mode. Okay, and then shift 4 is this mode. Do they have flight stick support for this game? That I'm surprised that wasn't asked sooner, because it will be asked maybe 24 times while playing X4. And the answer is always that I believe it does. However, this is not the kind of game that you can get by without a keyboard. Significant amounts of menus that I would never be able to play without a mouse. lots and lots of menus. It's not just a sit in the ship like Elite Dangerous is. You're not just dude in one ship. It was fun trying to play this on the Steam Deck. Yeah, I think Steam Deck would be very challenging. But Steam Deck has a lot of like shortcut abilities with the touchpads especially. So let's get into kind of what are the good things about X4, because I've already talked about the things that I personally don't like as much. The good things about X4 is it is a massive, well, the reason why I'm backing it in the first place, it's a massive economic sandbox sim. So we've only know of 2 sectors right now. The one in which I have skipped to my headquarters existing in, which it'd be so funny if they just blew it up. There's already a Zen raiding party right outside my headquarters. Can they even blow up the player HQ? It has an exclamation to acquire a captain for upkeep. I would laugh so hard if they just blew it up straight away. I don't even know if it's invulnerable or not. But there are many sectors that are kind of invisible to us right now. You can see how there are like these little grayed out hexagons kind of around this one, indicating that, you know, there might be other sectors out there. So those are not randomly generated. Those spawn in the same place each time you start the game, which is why that sound effect just gave me some PTSD flashback. There's an enemy somewhere.
Greetings, my friend.
Or something.
Interstellar diplomacy is an alluring interdisciplinary pursuit. Part science, part etiquette, part curiosity.
Yes.
If you so wish, I will undertake this compelling research on your behalf.
No.
Consider it your first tentative step into a larger dialogue.
That's the first of probably many cold calls about different missions. That's for the diplomacy stuff. Bozo. Anyway, it's a very large game. There's a lot of space that we haven't explored yet. So normally you have to physically go to each hex and kind of discover it. And then within it, there is a little bit of randomization in that the different stations. What's the hotkey to disable? There we go. Good enough. All these stations spawn in random locations within each sectors. They will at least be in different places each time. And the game is maintaining a pretty dense simulation of different factions, buying, selling, trading, mining, and operates under the condition that in order to build ships, resources must be acquired and change hands. So you might have a missile component factory over here that is producing missiles. So to produce missiles, it needs resources and supplies. So those this faction Argon has fleets of ships, and it will create buy and sell orders and then other ships might come in to fulfill those orders so that it has supplies so that it can make missile components, so that another ship or ships can come and pick those up and take them somewhere else to like a ship production facility. So it actually does have a sort of finite resource where these stations are not generating resources out of thin air, to my knowledge. And I think it even goes so far as, correct me if I'm wrong, but asteroid fields around the game can be depleted. I'm not sure when or if they respawn, but I know that they have like the ability to thin out the total number of resources in different sectors. So you might say, well, doesn't that hurt the longevity of a sandbox game? And the answer is yes, because once again, there's a catch. There's always a catch, because there's so many like extremely cool features like that there's sometimes there's a yin and yang situation. So the downside is that when you start the game, while I'm sitting here doing nothing, we're already on a bit of a timer, because unless they've changed it since a couple years ago through patches, X4 is a game that if you do nothing, you will lose, because there are enemy forces who are able to expand more rapidly than the other factions and will start invading and taking over different areas of space and destroying different outposts and different stations, and they will overwhelm the existing forces without player input. So unfortunately, that exists. And that, so the longer you kind of do nothing, you will eventually have to start over, because the enemy AI basically gets cheat codes where they don't have to go through the same logistics that all of the good quote-unquote factions do. So I believe the Xenon get to basically create ships for almost free and swarm out of their holes after a particular amount of time passes. Those cheaters only have 2 resource types. The Xenon never actually win in vanilla even if you don't help? That's not true. There is a little RNG with it, but that's just not true. It might, like, maybe they've patched it since 2 years ago, but 2 years ago, it was absolutely common knowledge that if you did nothing, the Xenon would win. If I just turned on the game and sat here and idled long enough, the Xenon would win. So maybe that's different now. But either way, it's not as a 50-50 like you would assume, right? It's not like Hearts of Iron on ahistorical mode, where you're never really sure which faction is going to come out on top. All right, I don't like spacebar being shoot, but I will need to change that. Don't listen to the X4 sweats in chat. Listen to the Redditors. They know what they're talking about. What does it mean winning? Do they just take over everything? Yeah, so faction bases and space stations and such can be destroyed. They would be, to go back to what I just said, people who play this game a lot will be biased because they are incapable of playing in a useless way because they know too much. So they'll never experience what it's like to sit here and stare out in space trying to figure out what each hotkey does for too long, and then the Xenon overrun them because they know how to play the game and will have a bias that they always survive and the Xenon never win because they know how to play and are actively helping whether they want to or not. You know what I mean? So like a new player or someone who's returning after a while, like me, I'm useless. I don't remember how to do shit. And we are going to disproportionately experience what I just talked about, which is getting overwhelmed by enemy forces because we're not helping at all. While we try and like, oh, I gotta like alt tab and Google tutorials on the other monitor. What's up, Quantum Reagent? Hello, Galactic Hegemony. Thank you for the 2-month sub. Also, what's up, Crims? Thank you for the 79 months. And I'll check the other dudes that I missed here in just a second. But yeah, I can already tell I'm going to have to time at least a couple people out for the entire stream. I can already tell because it is that kind of game. Let's do a little looking through of the map. Every second that passes, the Xenon grows stronger. Emote only mode on standby? No, that's not necessary. That's not necessary. But you can all, I'm sure, chat, you don't even need me to name names. You can see who the defensive and devoted player base in chat is without my assistance, I think. I think this game is the most fun when you are learning and no one's telling you what to do or how to play. I agree entirely with that statement, because the truth is the more you know about X4, the less fun it gets. So the first like 100 to 200 hours are the most fun because you don't understand that there is actually a secret meta behind the scenes, where if you know where the derelicts are and if you know which story missions you need to unlock to get the most powerful shit, that you don't have to consciously ignore those things in order to have like a sandbox experience. So the more knowledge you acquire, the less fun the sandbox becomes. And I don't remember anything, so hopefully we can have some fun. I heard engaging in the... I see enemy Xenon already just taking the highways.
Requesting immediate backup.
I think it's hilarious that we created these like highway systems at some point and they didn't figure out how to make it automatically eject hostile ships. You know what I mean? Like there should have to be some kind of ship ID to be able to ride on this space highway. Like it doesn't even let you get on unless your ship identification checks out. This ancient technology. Also, it's already ad time. It's been an hour and I haven't moved. That's how it was always gonna be in X4, okay? Because I don't remember a single thing about this. Let me just try and move around instead. But also there was a character creator at first, okay? We did have to do a character creator and like a little start condition. We are gonna have to change some hotkeys though, let me tell you. Tab on boost is awful. What is shift for other than like, well, I guess shift is for activating shift space. But yeah, turn your volume down if you get an ad. I'm probably just gonna yap here for 3 minutes so that the mid-rolls stay dead. Feels like a month ago you did a playthrough of this game. I know, but it was 2 years ago. It will still take several tens to 100 in-game hours to reach a failed game state, if it ever does. Just if anyone got turned off trying the game by a fear of that. No, you're right. It will take a long time to get to that point. However, I think a good sandbox game is built on suspension of disbelief. And the more that you know about the X4 sandbox, the harder it gets to suspend your disbelief. You know what I mean? Like, anytime you go in, if you start a new Mountain Blade campaign, if you start a new Star Sector campaign, if you start a new Kenshi campaign, I'm trying to think of like the pure sandbox games. If you start a new Battle Brothers campaign, what have you, you need to believe that things are going to happen in an unpredictable way to have a true sandbox experience. And if you think that it is predictable, then it ceases to feel like a sandbox, and therefore your enjoyment goes down. So while it is true that it would take tens to hundreds of hours to maybe get to that point where you do lose if you didn't do enough, the knowledge that it's coming down the pipe is like a little rain cloud cast over your starting of the campaign, if that makes sense. Eventually you know too much, but oh, okay, hang on, let's not do that. Thank you so much to Arch, who plays stuff. Thank you for 58 months. We're so back, baby. What's up, Arch? I appreciate the sub. Thanks for coming back. Cam Sparkly is assembling. Hello, Cam Sparkly. I'll check these while the ad is finishing up here. G Franco, thank you for dropping the prime. Really appreciate it. Witch Vomit says howdy. Hi, Witch Vomit. Happy 5 years. Lou M says yo. Thanks for the 57 months, Lou. What's up? War of the Worlds gifting a sub to Dokuno. Appreciate it, War of the Worlds. Arathon with big 72 months. What up, Arathon? Krim says you're gonna need me on the way down. I have no idea what that means. Thank you for 79 months. I need that sub. Quantum Reagent says hello, Galactic Hegemony. Hello. The salmon roll is floating away in space. Come back to us soon. And Cliche 420 for 29 months is Pog Champing. Chat, which F key is third person mode?
Please halt. We'll be scanning your inventory.
Bro, I literally just spawned in, brother.
Quasar, Vanguard.
All clear. Move along.
Move along. You move along. This is my little parking spot in space. I think the best parts of this game is the voice acting and character animations. Oh, you may not want to watch my stream then. Missani event. You might have clicked on the wrong one. Cliche, thank you for the 29 months again, and everyone else who's sub. Welcome back from the ad gamers. They're trying their best. They're trying. Hang on, I don't remember which one this is. I'm gonna become a voice actor. I'm gonna become an X4 voice actor. Hold on. Where are all these ships coming from? There's a whole fleet going down here, dude. Okay. Hopefully can there. Wait. You guys can still hear me, but you shouldn't hear me twice, right? There was an echo. Now there's not. Yes.
Hello. It is me. It is me. I am the Pyramid. So, you wish to become a space pilot? It is the Pyramid faction. We are here to give you a new story quest.
That's it. That's all they do. It's just a guy. If you've never played X4, you'll see. Just wait. That's what they sound like. They just throw on like a pitch change voice filter and call it a day. All right. How do I fly? Where do I go? What should I do? We should go to a station and remember how to do travel mode and such. Let's just take a quick trip on the space highway. That's a good way to begin. There's our space highways. So it's Control or Shift 1 for travel mode. And accelerating to 300 and 400 meters per second. I don't know where it caps out, like 1200 or something. Different ships have different max speeds. But I think let's start there. How do you free look? I guess, yeah, how do you free look? That is shoot, do not anger. It used to be... In most other games it's alt, but not here. There we go. So we're just gonna take a little trip through the Cowboy Bebop Space Highway. It's not middle mouse. Middle mouse is pew pew. Which I probably need to change.
Entering system. Second contact.
Oh god.
Entering system. True sight.
Taking a little stroll around town. Yeah, this is kind of a beltway of space systems. So this is how you access all the core systems at the beginning of the game. And since I don't remember what those are or where they are,
Entering system. Holy vision.
it should go in a big loop. And you can obviously hop off at any point and visit different unknown ship. That's kind of scary. I don't remember seeing unknown ships. The really deep voice is funny to me. I'm not still doing the deep voice, right? This is just normal voice.
Pontifex's claim.
Haha, hop off.
Entering system.
Hop is a
Bias
faction.
mists.
No, you're fine. Okay. I was making sure I wasn't coming through like,
Okay, and so this is the space. Welcome to the Space Highway.
Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is Attaché Brent Sobert aboard the diplomatic vessel Berenice. I'm being attacked by unknown forces and require urgent assistance.
This is Daldrino speaking.
is that a real person or AI?
Accelerate. Pass on, for your own good. Don't make this your business.
Chat, was that AI? Be real. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday.
Entering system. Bright promise.
Keep riding. Keep riding. Don't stop for any
Entering
combat.
system.
We will get
Profit Center
absolutely
Alpha.
squished. I just want to make the loop and set up the initial sectors. New voices are mostly AI since timelines.
Entering system. Silent witness.
That's sad. Very sad. And also insane to listen, chat. Is this going to be just a rant for the whole stream? Maybe. How are you going to
Entering
consciously
system.
choose
Atikva's choice.
from up the ladder on the producer side of things to focus your development efforts on story missions and then use AI for voice acting? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you're the one that chose to do the story missions. You could have just not done them and then you wouldn't have to use AI. You could just do sandbox content that doesn't need any voice acting.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
You can get better voice acting on Fiverr, man. Randy Random needs your help.
Entering system. Second contact.
Have we gone around? Nope.
Entering system. True sight.
I think we've gone around now.
Entering
Okay,
system.
hold on.
Holy vision.
We need to do a couple things control-wise before I can actually play. Middle mouse and spacebar should not be shoot. It's crazy to me because it's not like there's thousands of lines of dialogue. Yeah, there's like a handful of dialogue lines in the sandbox. There is more dialogue in the story missions, but again, it's seems like before they, like in the early part of the game, they just did the
We are now voice acting.
just kind of throw a filter on and do it, and then they decided not to do that anymore. I don't know. Where the heck is that steering weapons? Those of you who play X4, what do you have your fire primary weapon bound to? Side mouse? I don't know about that. Defaults? Mouse thumb button. Space works for me. Space. I definitely have to unbind one of them. I use right mouse button? Oh, that's chaos mode. For me, that's like aim in every other game. See, I think space should be ascend when you're in the ship. But I guess that strafe up is W. See, I think of W as go forward, which I need to get out of my brain because it's all mouse wheel. I've played Star Citizen since then, which is similar in controls, but different in key points. Where Star Citizen is like W to go forward, but mouse wheel to cap your total speed. You want fire primary weapons? The Ed cursor one doesn't use aim assist. Don't I have aim assist turned off? Because aim assist is for nerds. I have toggle aim assist nothing. I don't remember what I did last time. Okay, are there any other like important hotkeys akin to shift space I need to know about for controls? We're not going to get anything done today, and that's okay. Yeah, okay, Shift A autopilot. Okay. So this is just shooting where the... So space is just shooting where the middle cursor is pointing. And then middle mouse is shooting where the outer circle's pointing. Kinda, or trying to, yeah. It's like the gimbals. Gimbaled weapons, right? So we can give help. I mean, hotkeys are not backseating. Hotkeys is just things like you need to know how to do autopilot, for example. Okay, so S is like down. See, I'm used to using like control and space for articulating up and down around a ship, instead of W and S.
You can't scare me.
I'm debating whether to change it back to control and space, just to be consistent with other games.
That was a really silly thing to do.
Keybind simulators, that's true. The problem is control is used in other combos, right? Chat, what is like a control plus something hotkey?
Elite. Vanguard.
Control D just took me out of the pilot seat, for example. All right, it's gonna mess up too much. Control space is the inertial flight.
You don't bother me.
Yeah, I remember this was essential to travel mode. I don't know if they changed that. You could basically drift through space while in travel mode like this. Control H makes cockpit invisible. Yeah, I don't like that. Swapping weapon sets. Chat is in control of the controls. That's correct. Yeah, I don't remember how to do anything. Okay, I'm remembering how to fly slowly. I think I'm just gonna stick with the default controls until they get burned into my brain a little bit. T is
Odysseus.
target.
Plutus. Container. Nemesis.
Is there a target
Sentinel.
cycle hotkey to like go through all visible ones? T is good because it's the one you're holy, why you guys gotta buzz me, man? It's like being on a little sailboat in the water and the big yacht just comes through at full speed and just waves come up, lapping up on your boat. Trying to capsize me, man. Move it, Granny. Look, I'm going 160 meters per second. This is my top non-travel speed. Here's the thing. Boosting is now its own meter. They actually took out, when they changed the flight model, one of my favorite aspects of combat. Because boost is a separate meter, right? And shield is its own thing. So before they changed the flight model, they were shared. So you had one bar that if you used it to boost, mean you have less shield, or you could go slower but have more shield. And I really enjoyed the trade-off of the risk reward of which way you wanted to play. It was actually ingenious. So you know what, I think I blame the Star Citizen guy who came over. I blame the Star Citizen guy. Because now their whole thing is like, their new DLC is like, it's a walkable ship with a full interior. So we spent all of the dev time on that. Ship sales is the only thing that matters now, man. We gotta have more ship sale DLCs. New gameplay elements. AI just couldn't handle the boost. They would burn all their shield at the start of combat and then die with no shield. I hear you, but I feel like smart people would be able to program that, given that Star Sector exists. And they have an entire system where the AI uses their shield and generates flux when it takes damage and knows how to back off and not burn all their flux so that their shields don't go down. So it already exists. Hello? Oh, this is one of the pirate things. I mean, this is one of the, like, bounties that we can merc for money.
Terranid Station Security
I
Mass
think.
Transporter E.
E! I'm allowed to kill this guy.
Help.
I think. Am I allowed to kill that guy? Do I have to do anything afterward? Was that good? Help. Oh, here's the ship husk. Did I make any money on that? Someone will thank you in just a moment? Okay. I'm just reading chat. Shift E for closest enemy? Okay, cool.
Thanks for your help.
That's what I was wondering earlier.
You can't frighten me that easily.
The AI reworks have been huge. Capital ships actually use their guns now. How do I see? Don't boost into the wreckage, please. Tab is open menu in so many games that I'm gonna hit tab on accident and just ram into stuff thinking that I'm opening the menu. But it's the boost. How open? We have 10,500 credits. I think I only got 500 credits for killing that guy. No more hull damage from collisions. Enter. All right, enter. Yeah, the enter menu. It's slowly coming back to me. There's a lot. So what I need to do to make some early money is check what's like a shortcut for the I think M for map and then mission offers, and we kind of just like fly around and look for a doable mission. I think so. Let's hop on. I really am gonna miss the shield thing. I'm not just complaining about it because it's something different. Every time we streamed X4, I would tout the shield versus boost as like an ingenious game function that I wish more games would implement. So it's not like it's coming out of nowhere. I would genuinely talk about it every time we streamed X4. So whoever designed it, if you're out there, you did a great job. It was a good idea. I'm sorry that it got removed. So I don't know how close you have to be. Where am I on the map? Is there a hotkey on the map that zooms in?
Entering system. Second contact.
To your dude? Shakedown easy. Criminal traffic. Destroy criminal fly.
Entering system.
Hold on.
Prime.
Oh, I went too far. Stop hitting space. It's gonna take a little bit. Slow down. R centers on you. Thank you, that's what I wanted. Okay, I might turn around. Space is not, it's really gonna get me in trouble, dude. Okay, hang on. I gotta change this. Controls. General. Fire primary. We're gonna go mouse 4. Side mouse button 1. And hopefully that will just at least remove the urge. And then I'm going strafe up space, which is probably going to get me in trouble. The problem is I can't change strafe down to control because control D is like hop out of your pilot chair. So I'm imagining being in combat, like dogfighting, and I'm trying to articulate down while also pushing left, and I just stand up out of the chair and like, I'm not fighting anymore, man. Blow me up. Let's try this out and see. I suppose I could just find that control and change it as well. But then when I forget what the control is and I ask chat, they're going to give me the one that I changed it from. Toggle flight assist is control plus space. Let's make this funky mouse. This is not actually a bracket. I have one of my mouse buttons bound to bracket. Toggle mouse steering. Actually do that one. Okay. Steer toward cursor, left mouse button. What was the other one? Boost, tab. I think I'm gonna leave it on tab for now. Stop engines is enter. All right, now I should be able to change. Well, we need to find the control D. Strafe down. You can't do control. It has to be control plus something. Oh no. Oh no. It's actually impossible to bind control. It's only a modifier. Well, I guess I'll just leave it at S, but space for up and S for down is gonna feel really weird. Wait. Where is stand up out of pilot's chair? Get up from chair. Control plus D. How about control plus... Well, actually, that's fine if I can't use control for anything else. All right, whatever. So now space goes up. That is easy. That's easy. Very good.
Requesting immediate backup.
I forgot which direction I was going to go to try to do a mission. Let me just hop back on the highway. Maybe it was the other way.
Entering system. Second contact.
Okay, shakedown. There it is. Is this one that I can actually do, or am I gonna get murdered? It says easy. There's been a bunch of criminal traffic around this station. We've been authorized for lethal force. Okay.
I knew I could count on you.
Fly to the solar power plant. Second contact.
Requesting immediate backup.
My backup. Ant Solar Power Plant 1. There's Ant Solar Power Plant 2. Ant. Okay, right there. So right click, start guidance. I remember that. Now we have like a little marker down here that shows how to get there. And you can do Shift A for autopilot. I'm not steering. It's gonna get us there, I think. Maybe. Autopilot, are you okay? Oh yeah, Shift G for automatic guidance. All right, let's not do autopilot from this point on.
Disengage.
Does anyone remember what the hotkey is I just shot at the station? It's my bad. What's the free look hotkey? You can manually dock with a build storage by requesting docking permission Shift plus D.
Smuggling vessel found nearby.
Okay, so there is a signal leak which could contain a hidden mission offer. I remember trying to find these. Why do you have to block the middle of my screen to show me that though? And literally a pop-up that doesn't go away until you hit X. I hear someone shooting, but I'm worried they're gonna shoot my target. Chat, how do I, what are you guys shooting at? Are you guys at war with this faction?
Atlas. E.
E. Holy Order of the Pontifex. Neutral +1 being shot at by this station. Oop.
Short range transporter. A.
We are kind of in a war zone here. I think this is our target. I might need to change some graphics settings, bro. I feel like the performance is actually worse since last time I played. I'm a little laggy. All right, I killed the boy. How do I vacuum up gear?
Requesting immediate backup.
Hold O. There's some drop pods.
Requesting immediate backup.
Needle, delirium, hydraulic pump. Didn't you get a brand new PC a few months ago? I'm pretty sure it was a year and a half ago, but yeah. I feel like I am sometimes not getting 60 FPS.
Thank you.
Which at the beginning of the game is probably not good. I might need to turn a couple of graphic settings down.
Requesting immediate backup.
Okay, question. Are there more of those little dudes that I need to hunt around the station here? Or am I doing something that is not that? I don't know what this mission is actually for. Stationed in a literal war zone. Yeah, oh, I see the signal leak. Hold on. We could do that. At least I think I did. Maybe I just saw that red light and got confused. There's a way to turn on the scanner mode as well. I swear I just flew by it. They added DLSS in the patch earlier this year. Definitely check that out. Okay, yeah. That's a good call. Where is it? Okay, it's not there. I don't remember which anti-aliasing is best either. I remember not liking TAA. There's obviously DLSS. Please don't crash the game. Keep settings? Yeah. Sure. Oh dear. I don't really like frame generation normally, if I can help it. I think we want quality, typically. For DLSS, see if that makes a difference. Frame limiter is at 120. All right, let's see if that changes anything. Oh, it's worse. Oh, it's actually worse. Shouldn't that make it slightly better, not worse? Try balanced, I guess. But yeah, this is not the first time I've streamed this game. So these are my same settings from last time I streamed it. So that's what's odd. Ooh, that looks blurry. Oh, it's blurry and bad performance. The worst of both worlds. Ugh! I'm puking. The Vaseline filter, yes. Ugh. Jesus. Chat, you guys can stop talking about CPU bottlenecks when I'm literally getting worse performance from changing DLSS settings. These are not CPU settings. DLSS on and turning to balance should never result in worse performance. This is probably 40 frames per second. Also, X4 is the kind of game that gets worse performance the further into the campaign you get. The very beginning of the campaign, it should be at the best performance because there's the fewest entities being tracked by the game. I think this is a restart the game situation. This is, yeah, but yeah, this is when it should be at peak performance, the beginning of a brand new campaign. And I've never had problems with it before. Or maybe we were just accepted it before, I don't know. My best performance is with DLSS on or MSAA. I really don't like frame generation. I don't like the ghost after image on most. Anyway, sorry chat. Apologies. I don't like getting stuck in settings any more than you. But yeah, I actually have a new PC since the last time I played X4. With a much better GPU and CPU since the last time I played. And I used to play at max settings just fine. Because I built my PC in 2024. And we last played in 2023. I heard there are some issues with performance that are currently being looked into according to a video I saw today. Take that as you will. Chat said turn volumetric fog down. Just thinking. I think I should restart the game anyways. What's the CPU you have now? I have a i9 13900K with 24 cores. Not the best for single-threaded performance, but X4 would be an anomaly. I don't think I've had problems running any game ever on this PC since Satisfactory. And we fixed Satisfactory by, of all things, after hearing 3 to 4 dozen people be like, oh my god, your Intel card is messed up. Like the... No, it wasn't. It was the motherboard, actually. I had to update the BIOS. And that fixed all of my problems with the Unreal Engine. Okay. Let's do... a quick save and reset. Don't need to overwrite. Let's go for this empty slot here. Because I feel like every time I change the graphics setting, it actually is getting worse. And also, the game looks blurrier now. Like, take a look at these panels, right? I'm just gonna see the, like, black lines between each hex. Okay, and now let's turn off DLSS. See what that looks like. I have the same CPU, no problems with X4. But yeah, it's much sharper now. A little jaggy, but I'd take a little jaggy over blurry. Like, that's just a... Brain's trailing off looking for the right settings. I feel like the graphics and display settings should just be on the same screen. Oh, because it turned anti-aliasing off to do that. So which anti-aliasing do you guys like? None. Well... I think I usually use SSAA in X4. That's what it was set on. That's what I've always used. If I would have predicted having performance issues in X4, which we've played for 200 hours, I would have tried to solve this off stream first. Sometimes streams are ill-fated. They begin with a small rant about the state of the game and bemoaning its development cycle, and then the devs strike back by creating performance problems that linger. So I think I knew in my heart that it was just going to be one of those days. So I could sense it. I think the direct quote was before I streamed to Alice. Alice was like, "What are you going to do today?" And I was like, today's going to suck either way. Either it sucks and I don't stream and then I feel guilty about it, or I do stream and somehow I'm miserable. I knew that was going to happen. I'm booting it back up right now. I could just feel the cosmic energies radiating. I'm going to try and salvage it, but I need the game to actually work. I shouldn't have to turn all the graphics down. You can tell that chat's getting desperate, or are desperate in their own games, because now I'm looking at chat and the suggestions are, try turning off shadows. Brother, I have not turned off shadows in a single video game intentionally since 2008. You know what I mean? It's still pretty laggy, and then someone in chat's gonna be like, but it's second contact! There are 4 ships fighting in this zone! That's too much for the engine to handle! The game about building your entire fleet of hundreds of ships and going to war is choking when there are 4 ships engaged at the beginning of the game. It just can't handle it. Let's try this. Let's go extreme. Low preset. I suspect something's wrong with this patch. Yeah, I'm playing at 1080p as well. This is not 1440. This is not 4K. This is 1080p. This patch, I have a 4070 play in 4K. It runs fine, but I didn't play since the last release. Yeah, this is all 1080p settings as well. All right, everything is on low. Anti-aliasing is off. Everything is as low as I can get it. Let's see what the frame rate is. It is at most 45 to 60 frames per second.
Requesting immediate backup.
That's pretty much how the game runs. You're wrong, dude. I played this for 200 hours before. 2 years ago, man. I've already... on a worse computer as well.
Would you like some more?
I want to look at my hardware monitor and see what it says. All right, utilization.
Requesting immediate backup.
CPU is at 15 to 20% utilization. Okay, so we know it's not that. I've also got, I think, 64 gigs of RAM. GPU is at 25% to 30% utilization. So both my CPU, my GPU are at 20-ish to 25%. DLSS quality max settings with 1440p. I don't even have a 1440p monitor, so that's not possible. And we just did DLSS with max settings. So I'm looking at every core on my CPU. The highest utilization on a single core is 55%. My CPU number 9, it goes up to 60% occasionally, then back down. My overall utilization is at 15%. That includes streaming software. Well, the streaming software goes through the GPU. OBS is GPU streaming only. So even with that, it's 34% GPU utilization. What's your actual FPS? I gotta turn on the Steam FPS thing. Hold on. Single value. 44. I know that we're in a combat zone as well, but that's not really a excuse, because there's going to be ship combat. We're on the lowest settings. Let's try Ultra. But like lower fog. All right, I am now at 43 FPS, so 44. Basically the same.
Requesting immediate backup.
Striking.
Hello, ship. I mean, yeah, if I go to a different, let's go to a different zone, which is going to be emptier, but see if I can even get higher than 60.
Requesting permission to dock.
This feels like one of those you need to do this specific random thing outside the game to fix it scenario. Yeah, have you guys noticed that anytime you see a new game on my stream, the first stream of it is really fucked up? I don't know how I do that so consistently, but like literally every time it keeps happening. The same thing happened with RimWorld when we started RimWorld. All right, I'm getting let's hop off of this and see what my frame rate. All right, my frame rate is at 108. And this is completely empty space, and I cannot hit 120 frames per second, which is my frame cap. Completely empty, with no anti-aliasing either. I'm at 94, 99. Yeah, I can't hit 120 at 1080p. And just nothing going on in this zone at all. Out of the park as well? Lost media? Yeah. Every game we start. But it's not a graphics driver thing. For sure. I am certain that it is not a graphics driver. Has your FPS ever struggled in Star Citizen? It did, but Star Citizen actually has similar performance to X4 on this PC, which is kind of saying something. Let me see. The problem is they just updated it, so there's not really going to be any new Reddit threads with tips on how to fix it. I'm reading a thread from 2 months ago. Keep us updated if you find a solution. There's clearly something wrong with your OS or hardware, not the game. I love that that's like the second comment. Very, very like Twitch chat coded. Like, here's the thing. The reason why this is a problem, if you're wondering, well, just go play in a different sector and you get 90 FPS. The reason it's a problem is because ultimately what you want to do is gameplay that will further reduce your performance. So in X4, ideally, in order to maintain a trade network and also coverage over the sectors that you're going to be settling with your own player-built space stations, you're going to extend a network of satellite coverage over all of the sectors that you want to trade with and deal with. So you're going to have live, real-time map coverage of like every sector in the area. And the more that you add, the worse the performance gets. So at the beginning, this is the best it's ever gonna get. Do you understand? And then it's going to tank and go down the more that you actually start setting up your own stuff and civilization advances. Did you get yesterday's NVIDIA update? Nope. It's like if you have bad FPS before starting to build in Satisfactory. But I've already dealt with E-cores with other games, and I thought that was the issue with Satisfactory, and it was not. It was the E-cores have never affected any other game. On my PC. Sorry, I'm still reading a Reddit thread trying to figure out. Try using DLSS. Try turning volumetric fog all the way off. That guy never updated on finding the problem. I wish people would like post something and be like, I solved this, or update, I never solved this and I gave up. Basically, it's people just saying that you need to run like maximum frame generation. This one's from July. Reduce the simulation speed. Set DLSS to balanced. Cap the frame rate at 30 FPS. Brothers, it's 2025. This game's like over 10 years old, man. The engine's like 15 years old, dude. All right, a developer responded to this thread. Suppose it says brackets developer. I don't know. I assume it's actually a developer, and they wrote. Oh, there was the OP said something about like their PC was overheating while playing on a laptop. All right, never mind. I don't know. Set 5 FPS cap, bro. I don't know, man. How play game? Let's just crank up the frame gen. Give me DLSS again. Ads starting now. You're not missing anything, I promise. I feel guilty even saying that ads starting now, dude. We haven't done shit in 2 hours. Except have problems. The recommended specs for X4 on Steam is an i7 6700 with GTX 1070. Holy. All right, two is the highest I can go with frame gen. Keep dynamic frame generation on. Why not? Let's go balanced, which is the Vaseline filter, possibly. Just to see what the frame rate does. Even, okay, if I wanted to turn on DLAA, how would I even do it? Not that I'm going to. I know that reduces performance. Oh, it's down there. We'll see what this does first. Okay, I am now looking at the ugliest 2025 I feel like I've just been I feel like I'm watching a 4x3 made for Disney Channel movie that has been like re-released with a widescreen edition that was you know like this is an obscure reference. You know how Dragon Ball Z was re-released to Blu-ray, and instead of just bringing it up as a 4x3 direct copy, they just zoomed in so that it would be widescreen, so everything is actually blurrier because they didn't want black bars on the side. That's what it feels like happened. It feels like I'm watching a 4x3 thing that just got like zoomed in so that it could be widescreen. I have no idea why DBZ had such cursed home video releases. I have no idea either, but yeah, all of them are like that. All right, let me just, we do have, what's my frame rate? 87, 95, 98, 100. If I stare into empty space, it's 102. That's like the highest I can get. Frame cap's 120. So even with frame generation 2x, I can't get 120 frames per second. 91, 96, 95, 98. Let's try ultra performance. The ugliest possible. Recommended for 8K gameplay only. This is going to be intentionally ugly, so don't judge the game. I just want to see if it can at least hit 120 FPS. Yeah, I'm going to go into the combat zone again. Recommended for 8K only. I hit once. Oh, Jesus. This is crazy looking. This actually looks insane, dude. 99, 95, 96, 97. How do I go back here to second contact?
Autopilot engaged.
Let's go back into the war zone and see what my frame rate is there. .77 FPS, 78, 75, 68, 44. What's saving?
Entering system. Second contact.
Let's go over here where the like actual...
Autopilot engaged.
Why'd I get yeeted so far away from the highway so fast? So I have 108, 102 looking this direction. Okay, so this is kind of like the conflict.
Autopilot disengaged.
Got my eye on you.
So I'm about 70 to 80
Really not enjoying this.
where all the battle is happening. Like 75, 80, I would say. With lowest possible graphics settings and frame generation. What am I looking at? You're looking at a tech support stream. Hello, Drew Regard. I was watching the VOD where you explain why bell peppers ruin pizza. I had to come here to say I've never heard someone be more correct in my life. I'm glad that resonated with you. Now let's try DLAA. Yeah, we're doing science. Looks a little less PlayStation 2. And we've got smoother, I feel like. It is definitely smoother. It's like I'm getting like 110, and then looking at the combat, 111. So it's much smoother. And that's with like high settings. So DLAA somehow, wait, now it's back to 50. Nope, now it's back to 90. What? It just jumped down real quick. Maybe it was just a little spike. Let's get closer. 98, 86. So actually like playable FPS here.
Requesting immediate backup.
Okay, let's try this. See how much of a difference frame generation makes. $62, 84, 82, 80. So frame gen is worth 10 to 15 FPS. What's insane is that the game, like the game, I'm getting like twice as many frames with DLAA. I think DLAA was the sticking point? Question mark? It had like DLAA was the answer because everything else is on like very high and ultra. Let's see what happens when you go to volumetric fog. Also at high. Because okay, if you just came in. Change it. We've been troubleshooting for a while because I was getting like 40 FPS here. And everyone in chat was like, it's just because it's this zone. It's this sector. There's too much action. I'm like, that's not true, bro. So I've been trying to prove it for like 45 minutes now that it's some funkiness with the game settings. And I think I have proven it now. Should I be getting even more frames? Sure, but I can play at least with like more than 60. That'll allow me to do something in the game, even though I've wasted 2 hours trying to get this shit to work. Okay, I haven't spent the full 2 hours. Some of it was yapping, but still. All right, I think, is everything else where it's supposed to be? Max LOD. Where's that like reflection? Cockpit glass reflection. That's the one I forgot. That really shouldn't change much. VSync is off as well. I mean, DLAA is still a little blurrier, but it's tolerable. Like, it doesn't look like PlayStation 2. And I'm getting, like, almost 90 frames per second, like 80 to 90, so that's very playable. Before it was 40, so we have double frames now. I guess I'll take it. All right, anyway, we can move on at last. Jesus Christ. I gotta, like, needle every little setting in the game to get it to go from 40 to 80 FPS, man. I'm already annoyed. I started it already annoyed. Hi, welcome to the stream. Proving that it was not, in fact, CPU bound. The problem with people among other things, is that they'll go like, oh, you're having frame rate problems? What's your CPU? And you go, oh, it's an Intel... Intel? Intel? Well, there's your problem. And like they're just like ready to bite the second and then not let go the second you say the word Intel. Like there it is. You've discovered the issue. It's like, no, dude, no, you're just propaganda brained, okay? You think that only Ryzens do anything. Yes, it's so nice that your underdog manufacturer has the best single-core game performance. That's lovely. But I promise you that Intels are not just bricks of coal sold inside of boxes.
Requesting immediate backup.
All right, I need to find my quest. I don't know where my quest even was. Man, it actually, like, I can actually move the map around smoothly now. On the day of my daughter's wedding, 250k credits. I'm not gonna be able to complete any of those. Where was this mission? Fly to Ant Solar Power Plant 1. What, oh man, yeah, this is not Foxhole. You can't just search for the location up there. Isn't it in this system? Yeah, it is. It's right there. I feel like graphics cards are becoming more bullshit. No, it's really not graphics cards. Graphics cards are the strongest they have ever been, and they are so strong and so powerful that if you get a top of the line one, you won't need another one for more than 5 years. The problem is not hardware, it is software. The problem is engines. The problem is Unreal Engine.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
Think we're looking
Mass
for
transporter B.
this
Fourth
dude?
range transporter A.
We're supposed to be killing hostile traffic. Apparently these are criminals who have been sentenced to death in civilian ships, and we are just murking them, I think. I'm not sure if that's the actual mission I'm on or if I just am assuming that it is. No trial, no prison, just destroy. Wow, this is actually like so much smoother now. Because yeah, for the first little bit of getting in, I was just dealing with the chunk. I have noticed that in some games now, the 4090 does benefit a lot more from DLAA. Even though on paper, DLAA should be lower frame rate compared to a balanced DLSS setting. It should be, but it's not. Thank you. Chat, am I even doing the right thing for this mission? What do I need to be doing? Shakedown. You're authorized to use lethal force to ward off criminal traffic. Helping in this endeavor will increase safety and security and be greatly rewarded. I'm in the wrong sector. Okay. The problem is that the mission screen says fly to Ant Solar Power Plant 1, but then on this screen, the bottom left says Second Contact 7. So, does it say Second Contact 7 somewhere in the mission manager as well? Would you not think it should be listed in the mission briefing as to where that station is? Shouldn't this have all the information? So therefore, dude, we haven't even found Second Contact 7 yet. Time to learn how to ping stuff. Which is this, right? Long range scan mode. What's the button to do a scan? What is that? Is that loot? Or are we too far away for that? Oh, there it goes. I think these are like little crates from the ships that we just boomed. I'm trying to track to beam them in, but I might not be close enough. What is that?
Might as well just eject.
Is that like what is this? Why is this so blurry? What is this? Candy? It's like a chunk of an asteroid.
Enemy spotted.
How do you turn on and off your headlamp? Alright, it's R for the scam. Oops. I used to be good at this game.
Behemoth E.
E. Alright, let's go travel mode and head toward one of these gates and see where it goes.
You've had it now.
The first 2 hours of the stream have just been solving all the problems. And I'm trying not to let it get to me. Now that I've at least got frame rate. However, tech support and troubleshooting is always a great way to instantly get in a bad mood. Especially when you're as old and grumpy as me. Why can't everything just work the first time you try it, especially when it's 15 years old? Technology. Especially when it's old ass tech.
Entering system. Black hole sun.
Alright, this is not where we want to go. So we've discovered Black Hole Sun 4. It's been so long since I've played this that I don't have a memory of where each of these gates goes, but we'll just find it. I don't need chat to tell me that stuff. We'll just poke around. At least you did solve them. Yeah, I mean, at least I did solve them, but I had to as a point of... I'm not going to say sticking it to chat, but the sheer number of people who were like, must be your fault, must be your computer, must be CPU, this game's heavily CPU bottlenecked, etc., etc. I had to prove a point that it was not me. It was like the lockpicking lawyer just trying to find what the bidding of the keyway was so I could get the exact combination of graphic and display settings that the devs intended, because it was the only way the game was optimized. A classic case of, but it runs fine on my machine. Okay, I should be using the mini-map more for this. So if you look on the mini-map, these little sort of chevrons with the circle, those are the jump gates. So when we scan in the blue HUD, hold R in a direction, let go, so it scans in that direction. I know it's a bit of a mess on this, but you can also go here, and we can look specifically, I think we want unknown objects. Especially when there's like two of them side by side. So let's just go to the ones that are over here first and just look around.
Autopilot engaged.
One day I would like to start a stream of a new game. I know this is not like a new game, but it's first time in 2 years, and just everything goes smoothly out of the gate, and you set the parameters you want for your new campaign, and then you just play. That'd be crazy. Curious how the autopilot navigates through rocks now, because it was always very scared of them. Like you just saw, it just like panics whenever you get close to an asteroid. It's funny. It's not comfortable with these rocks. All right, I'm taking over.
Autopilot disengaged.
I'll take over, buddy. What's the, oh my god, why is free look that? Hold on. Don't know if that's a walking control. It's shift plus middle mouse button. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted. To be able to look around there. Let's... Oh, that's not what I wanted anyways. That's just a satellite. Well, we discovered what it is. And now, I need to find some gates, please. It's a lot of question marks. It is, and eventually you'll find out what all the question marks are and set up your own satellite coverage to get real-time updates on what's happening across different sectors. You want to play a game in 2025 with no tech problems? I'm gonna be real. I don't feel anything different with the flight model so far, except the fact that boost is no longer tied to your shield and vice versa. I really can't tell what's different. Let's turn off steering mode so I can drift. Glad that drifting still exists. Everything's heavier? Maybe. I'm not saying that they didn't do anything. I'm just saying I don't remember what it felt like before. Like I could maybe now that you said that, I could kind of see that it feels a little heavier. Wait. How do you drift? You look in a direction and then turn off. There it goes, yeah. Okay, I remember now. So right now I'm just looking in a direction while traveling in the same direction, and then when I turn off the steering mode, it kind of reorients. It feels a little different than it used to. There's a jump gate. Feels like it redirects way faster, and there's not really the drifting anymore. Unless I'm doing it wrong. Does anyone in chat know what I'm talking about with the drifting that you used to do? Because it used to make like an engine noise. It was like whenever you redirected, and then it would kind of, you would slowly circle around to that new orientation.
Entering system. The void.
The void, that's not where I want to be. Yak Saboteur. That dude is gonna mess me up. It's more noticeable on heavy fighters and M-class ships. Maybe that's what it is.
Jump gate. Maria.
Chat, what kind of class of ship is a Maria? Oops. Middle mouse button being both shoot and look is going to get me in some trouble. An advanced fighter? So it would kick my ass, is what you're saying.
Entering system. Second contact.
Ding. So am I right in thinking that the second contact 7 bounce off of second contact 2? I used to be good at this, and now I am not. Maybe it's that. Let's go through that and check it out. I'm just gonna explore. Travel drift was way slower to reorient in the old model. New model, the bit I played on beta made bigger ships drift a ton in normal flight, which I suspect they reined in a bit. I think this is the first time I've played X4 since playing Star Citizen. Actually. Okay, so like before I could turn this off, we're still hurtling that direction, and then I would time it up to yeet. Okay, oh, that's way tighter than... It doesn't really drift. It just kind of abruptly
Entering
stops.
Second contact 7.
Hey, we found it. Okay, second contact 7. That's where we want to be. And we're looking for a particular station.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo. Scan? Oh, okay. That's fine. You can go now.
Hey, that's the one. The one with the little exclamation point. Asteroid fields are still cool. I think what I want to do is try and make a little bit of money and then just buy a small mining ship and do the mining loop again, because I believe it has changed since the last time we did it, because I specifically remember there being a patch that updated the mining mechanics a little bit after we did it. Chat, I can't tell you how nice it is to actually have, you know, more than 60 frames per second while flying around in space. I'm glad. I'm glad that we got to the bottom of that. I'm sorry to have pulled all the teeth in order to get to that point. But now I feel vindicated, at least. Because like you said, at least we figured it out. But God, it's such a pain in the ass to have to deal with in the first place. But yeah, for me it was DLAA. That literally gave me an extra 40 frames per second. None of the other DLSS modes did anything except make it blurry. I did not get any extra frames. We tested ultra performance, balanced.
Hey there, partner.
Hey there.
How's it going? I've
Hi.
looked into and analyzed the socio-political forces at play in the split territories.
Okay. What did you learn?
There are rumors of gates activating, leading into split space. A number of their ships have been sighted in several sectors. I'll try and find out all I can about split politics. You, meanwhile, investigate the rumors and try to find those gates.
I'm probably not going to do that, but thanks for offering and also overtaking my main mission. "60 frames, exorbitant excess. 43 is all you need." But yes, it does fill me with joy every time I get to look a bunch of chatters in the eye who are repeatedly telling me that my CPU is the problem and it couldn't possibly be that my CPU is only at 23% usage and utility, and they're insisting that it's probably to blame because it's migrating the load off of the cores, and that explains it. And then I'm like, what if I flip DLAA on? Suddenly, here's a shit ton of frames, and then silence from the critics.
Short-range transporter, A.
I gotta get used to the controls again.
Mass transporter, B.
I don't know what your last words were gonna be, but one down. I have no idea what I'm picking up either. Snail shells, hopefully not illegal ones. The other civilian ships over here are kind of panicking. There's 6 of these dudes. What are these green things? Are those mines?
Twerp.
Please hold. We will be scanning your inventory.
I hope I didn't just pick up anything illegal. Short-range transporter C.
That's fine. You can go now.
Okay, we gotta find the other 4 dudes here.
Short-range transporter, A.
Thanks for your help.
What? Oh, thanks for your help. But yeah, this is just like a baby quest just to earn some money to get started. How much does this small mining ship cost to buy? I know there's like more than one type. I don't remember how to check. Can you check ship prices before flying to a ship vendor?
Short-range transporter, A.
I don't want to shoot the station. So I'm waiting until... So yeah, the way that they opened comms to say something before just like getting instantly interrupted is funny. No. No. I need 2 more. Right click the wharf, so I just need to find the wharfs. S to go down is still... I need to hit control, bro. But I can't. It's not even a key that I can hit.
Thanks for your help.
Short range transporter A.
There's both of them right there. I don't want to shoot any innocents in here.
Civilian ship A.
Cannot tolerate your actions.
I just shot the station.
Short range transporter A.
So I hope they don't hold that against me. Am I hostile with the station now? Because that would be funny. I think I just completed it. Did I get paid? Yeah, I just got paid. We had 10,000 credits. Now we have 58K. So a little bit of pocket cash. Didn't mean to hit the station. I apologize.
Send help.
Send help. No.
Mass transporter F.
These guys can't fight back. It's kind of sad. F.
Stop your attack immediately. You will now suffer the consequences.
Well,
This is Sector Security. Comms channel open.
Reporting a criminal offense.
Acknowledged.
Criminal record has been updated.
I lost 29. I didn't even do anything. They were red. I'm a criminal now? What did I do wrong?
Short range transporter A.
Am I about to get blown up? Stop right there, criminal scum. Argon sucks anyways. They don't know what they're doing. All right, now that I got some money, let's get away from this cursed station. Are you telling me that when you assign bounty board missions to take out criminal shuttlecraft in civilian shuttles with no trial who are buried in the middle of innocent traffic, that there's bound to be some kind of accidental fire on those who are around them? And that possibly those responsible for issuing the bounty in the first place are the culpable ones when such events take place? And not the person that is trying to fulfill their order? All right, let's take a look at the map. Do we even know where a wharf is yet? Have we discovered a wharf? Holy, is that me? That's it, me. All right, let's get out of here. Why am I being shot?
Elite Vanguard.
Police? The police are on me.
You won't last long.
Well, yeah, at this rate. They're chunking my shields, bro. I gotta get far enough away where I can boost. They're like way faster than me. Takes forever to spool up travel mode. All right, we're in travel mode. If they hit me, they knock me out of travel mode. We just need to build up enough speed to get some distance. And then we should be fine. How do you go third person? It was like one of the F function keys, possibly. F2? Ah, there we go. Now, how do you rotate the camera around it? Is it just numpad, or is there another way to do it? They're still chasing me, man. 1,300 meters per second behind me. He knows. I haven't pulled away far enough yet. Okay. I think he gave up. Yeah, they changed some of the visuals. Now there's like this kind of, I don't want to call it a particle effect, but the glow the bubble. And then the kind of trail that you create behind you is cool. Is the diplomacy patch out of beta? I think it just came out yesterday, yeah. I'm probably going to see almost none of the content because a large chunk of the content revolves around using your player HQ, which I do not use because I do not like it. So I choose not to. And then the other part of it is that you can hire specialist NPCs who are spies, which I'm probably also not going to use because I don't like using it in Stellaris or Hearts of Iron. And then apparently there are events that can be triggered between NPC factions, which I do not know how that's going to work. Because it could go one. We don't have to keep flying at speed here. Hold on. I don't know where I'm going. We're out there. There are a couple stations out there. I need to go to. Am I hostile to the entire faction? Is what I need to know first. Okay, how do you see what's in here? Buy ships. This thing is a brick. How much does this cost? 58K? No. Chassis is 117K. Okay, so we're not even close. We're gonna just need to head back to civilized space.
Autopilot engaged.
And fly back this way for a little bit. Would it feel better if you had to buy the player station? I think all of the content in the game would feel better if it was integrated with the expectation that you were going to start from a very similar position each campaign and then branch off from there. My ideal form of X4 is all of the content is integrated into the economic and logistics side of things, because there is like 70% of the game is that, and then 30% of the game is a different video game. So it doesn't feel cohesive to me. So like the recent ship DLC that came out, that is the Hyperion, instead of having a insignificant quest that you take and can take from the beginning of the game, that is sort of just an arbitrary blocker to you obtaining the ship, and then once you complete this mission, you're given the ship for free. Instead of that, have the ship just be put in and integrated into the pool of other ships that already exist in the game, but make it need special resources or materials in order to build that change up the logistics pipeline of gathering resources, processing resources, and spending resources. Have the AI factions be able to use all the ships as well. Upgrade the ships as well. Having like a bunch of ships that are just kind of fancy player ships that only you can unlock to put in your garage, I don't like. I don't like having a host of content that only the player, because the player is special, gets to use. I want to see all those things integrated into what each of the computer factions is doing. So those are what I would, and the player station feeds into that. So like if the player station wasn't like, you did a quest, here's your player station, now go do research and stuff. I want to build the player station just like any other station. Like I don't even know why there needs to be a player station, right? You can already build stations. So why not just have the player build a station like normal, but then have all these modules that interact with it? Take diplomacy, for example. Why do you have to only do diplomacy from a player station?
Second contact.
Why can you not just build a station and there is a module that you can add to it that allows diplomacy to happen there? Right? Why does it have to be at one specific station in one specific location that never changes? So that kind of stuff. I want all of the content and elements to be part of the sandbox. And the sandbox needs more randomization to feel like a true sandbox. Which I think the mission structures, we're gonna ram that ship with autopilot. Oh, just got buzzed. Like, well, I don't remember what I was saying now. That just made me totally forget. Oh, yeah, like instead of like mission content that's the same on every playthrough and derelicts that are the same on every playthrough, if you can have that content be more dynamic and randomized, you increase replayability by a lot. And also simultaneously sell more DLC, which you'd think is the goal, right? But Timelines is like the most negatively reviewed content that they've added, which was entirely predictable from the first gameplay trailer I saw of it. When I saw the first gameplay trailer, I thought this is gonna bomb because it's not doing anything that people like about X4. I'm not saying that there's not a few people out there that were like, whoa, that was a really fun DLC, but it was just very obvious that it was gonna have that issue from the very first announcement. And then when it does, and then it gets review bombed on Steam or whatever, not that I think it was a real review bombing, just overwhelmingly negative, it's like surprise Pikachu phase, kinda. I need to get back on this thing. Give me more ships and maybe new factions or sub-factions. I mean, yeah, on paper, it'd be very easy to add new content to the sandbox.
System, Argon Prime.
I'm sure in practice, it's a lot more difficult if certain ships require different AI to function and fly. But yeah, on paper, it's like add new ships, put them in the pool, and let each of the factions build them if they want. There you go. You've already changed the dynamic nature of how each faction is going to build and develop.
I knew I could count on you.
Though I'm sure that would require a lot more. This is the same mission we just took, but maybe in a different spot. Hatikva's Choice. I don't think we have found Hatikva's Choice yet. And, you know, like, there's a ton of stuff. Oh, wait, yes, we have. We do know where Hatikva's Choice is. So besides the obvious, in this case, of if you had randomized sectors, that makes exploration more interesting from a sandbox POV. I've said that for years, of course. So nothing new there.
Entering system.
But
Hatikva's Choice.
if you take a mission that's like, we need you to go kill such and such in this zone, have the quest system bleed into the exploration, right? So like if a quest tells you to go to a system you haven't been to before, maybe that quest is how you learn that that system exists, and they give you directions on how to get there, encouraging you to take more quests to places that you've never been because you're filling out the map. Now, what the devs intend for you to do is just play the game a couple times, and now you've memorized the location of every single sector in the game, and you don't need them to tell you where to go because you remember that, you know, the void is over here, or Black Hole Sun, whatever is over here, or Second Contact 7 is over here, and now I'm off on the wrong sector. Every faction starting from scratch would be cool? Yeah, I agree.
Entering system. Hatikva's Choice.
But I just think back, pretty much everything that I can think of that would add to the sandbox elements, if the answer is it's too hard to figure out how to make that happen with the AI, I just remember Star Sector exists, and that's one guy. Star Sector has its own problems, and weirdly, a lot of them overlap with what I think the X-Force problems are. So it must be something in the water of the space sandbox devs that just demands them, like the muse that told them to create it in the first place is also like, yeah, we need a very extensive campaign story that is the same each time you do it. We have to have that, man. Or else I can't sleep at night. I got this story in my mind. I need to get down. If I don't get to have a little floating alien head in the corner talking to the player and they go,
Player, only you can save us. Please, we need your help.
Then I won't be able to sleep until I get that down. They have to experience this. Are you really bashing a game for having a storyline? Yeah. Yes. I am. Having a story does not equal good. This isn't, you don't get a participation award for making the player listen to dialogue and go to yellow objective markers.
Autopilot disengaged.
To me, the extra story missions were almost tolerable the first time through. The storyline sucks, though, and takes away from the actual entertaining sandbox. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. I remember doing the Boron one, and parts of it are kind of enjoyable from just I appreciate that you tried standpoint, but as a whole, it was just very, like, over long and overwrought, which is how I find most of the story content. For me. Some people really enjoy it, and that's great. But you'll only really enjoy it once, and that's kind of the issue. It's like, even if you do really enjoy it, it's not gonna bring you back for a second and third try, right? And you know what? You know what other, like, the same boat is Call to Arms Gates of Hell. Same thing. They have a sandbox mode that they choose to ignore in favor of making more, like, narrative story campaign missions that you only do one time as well. Is the story worse than Star Sector? No, Star Sector is a similar problem, but it's a bit different. Star Sector, I think the story is much more ignorable, whereas it is far, far more integrated into the content unlocks of this. In Star Sector, the tech that you get from beating the campaign, you can just not use, and it's fine. Oh, I don't know why I started shooting at that dude. I'm not even targeting them, so I can't even tell where to aim. But yeah, you can largely ignore the story content in Star Sector, and there's still a ton of things to do. Now, in Star Sector's case, I still think that it would be a more fun game if there was no story and just lore that you find out about the world, but not like there's an actual campaign in Star Sector, and I wouldn't miss it if it were gone. I think the time it took to get to that point, which has been years to make the campaign, if that time had just been spent on the sandbox content, Star Sector would be better for it.
Short range transporter A.
But yeah, every sandbox game dev dreams of being like a movie director. and it's just an inescapable truth. The only people that have avoided it is Mountain Blade devs, and they've avoided it by simply not developing their game. I don't know who I just killed.
Mass transporter D.
I didn't kill the civilian.
Arkansas mass transporter D.
They're not a criminal, so I'm just not going to shoot them. Elite has no guided story, neither does Star Citizen, but we're not talking about MMOs. I don't care if you can play Elite offline, it's an MMO. We're talking about single-player sandbox games. Yeah, like Kenshi is a great example. It's a game that has a significant amount of lore that you can discover about the world, but does not have like a story mission for you to do. So you still get the densely rich world with characters of import that you can learn about and read about, but it is not strictly a mission-based structure. However, Kenshi has its own problems, which is why we're waiting on Kenshi 2 and not still playing Kenshi 1. Kenshi 1 has a similar issue with no randomization, which equals limited replayability.
Civilian ship A.
That one's criminal.
I offer up prayers. I do not wish to die.
He's juking me. Actually juking me.
Civilian ship A.
There we go. But yeah, Kenshi having the exact same bosses, like named NPCs in the exact same place every campaign with the same enemies on the same map. It's a beautiful map and it's really fun. And I got my, I think the important thing to note with each of these games that I might be critiquing or criticizing is that they were all worth purchasing. And they were all worth the money investment to play, right? I'm not saying... I would not negatively review any of the games that I'm criticizing on Steam. I would give them a positive review that recommended people play them. X4, Star Sector, Kenshi, you know, all thumbs up. The thing is that while they are recommendable for getting like 100, 200 gameplay hours in, they are like small design choices away from going from like 120 gameplay hours to like 1,000 gameplay hours if like 5 to 10% of the game design mantras changed. That's the part that like is the bug in my brain. Kenshi is like 5 to 10% away from being an infinitely replayable sandbox with no mods. All you have to do is change the location of the named groups.
Short range transporter A.
Change the like location of different enemy types so that they're not always beak things in this exact same swamp, and there's not always the red scary crab things in the same forest, and the same loot is not in the same like the same loot tables. Change where the like ruins, you know, like the buildings that you loot up with a bunch of chests, change the location of them around the map, change the loot tables in those locations, and boom, you've got so much more replayability. Change where the resources underground are discovered. You discover water in the same place on the map every time you load in. You find the same iron in the same location on the map every time you load in. Randomize the resource locations, randomize the enemy locations, randomize the loot locations, and bam! You've got an incredibly more 2, 3, 4, 5 times as replayable game without doing anything else to the gameplay.
Wait, no!
Wait, no! Sorry, we're just grinding for early game money here. I cannot, I'm too far away to kill this dude. Also doing a good job of juking, just kind of flying in like a figure 8 kind of.
Tour bus A. Docking.
I'd play
avoided.
through Kinshi a few more times if I had to search for the protagonist Beep. Yeah, like each time you boot up Kinshi, you know exactly what town Beep is in and how to get him, right? Like imagine if the named characters were in different towns and such at the beginning of each Kinshi game.
Short range transporter. A.
And if the enemies were in different locations as well, you might have different towns that actually crumble to the beak things or something like that. And it wouldn't be certainty that like, oh, well, this area is safe, but let's not go to Anvil.
Civilian ship. A.
Anvil's probably dead. But I really, like for Kinshi, I really don't think it would take much. You don't even have to change the map. Because I know better than to say a randomly generated map.
I am terribly sorry to disrupt your magnificent...
I'm not answering this call. I'm leaving you on read, brother. You have nothing to say to me right now. Just get off my screen. How much money do I have? 118k. All right, we need to do like one more decent mission, and then I think I can afford a mining ship. Let me see what's on the map. Nothing here. You kind of need to be close to facilities to see the mission log update.
Autopilot.
So let's just go back toward the center. 15 hundo credits. How compatible is that sort of thing with world building? I don't know what that question really means, but my interpretation of that question is that it kind of gets to the heart of the problem with all these sandbox games is devs overvalue their lore over their gameplay. And at the end of the day, it's a video game. So if you perceive that your lore or world building suffers due to randomization, it doesn't matter, brother, because the gameplay is the most important thing. Like choosing a like, well, that doesn't fit with our canon doesn't matter. Who cares? Just make the game fun first and then attach the lore afterward, because I promise whatever lore or story you have to tell is not good enough to overwrite gameplay decisions, because if it was, you'd write a book or have a movie script. Or yeah, just have a default map and have everything else be an option afterwards. So you have the intended way to play where you get to experience the story, and then you can like tweak the settings to make everything else random after your first playthrough. But yeah, lore is something that is attached afterward anyways. Most of these games, I'm sure not all, create the game first and then invent the lore to fit on to the existing gameplay or map. Rarely do you come up with lore first and then create the map second around that. But yeah, you could just have one option be the default and the other option be
Disengage.
the randomized one. John Carmack is smiling somewhere right now. But it's just wild to me that every sandbox game has the same issue. And the only one that doesn't is Bannerlord, but Bannerlord sucks. After the first 70 hours, which is great, it's still a fun game, and I don't regret buying it. But boats aren't gonna save it, I promise. But yeah, none of the games that I'm critical of, I would say, are not worth buying or worth thumbsing down. They're all worth buying and worth thumbsing up and experiencing. The problem is after you've experienced it,
Entering system. Silent witness.
it's a short way to get infinite more content out of it, but it's just like choose not to for some reason. Are you interested in Space Engineers 2 when that comes out? No. Well, I mean, yes when it comes out, but no because it's not gonna come out for like 8 more years. So it's not even on my radar. It's right now it's like a physics demo vertical slice that you might have seen in 2015, because I did a video on Space Engineers 1 when it was the same thing as what Space Engineers 2 is right now, which is just a little vertical, devs words not mine, vertical slice. And I remember in the video from Space Engineers 1, it was just me getting in a ship and driving it and crashing it into another ship to see the physics, and that's exactly what Space Engineers 2 is right now. So it's gonna be another decade or so. So it's not really something I'm actively contemplating. There was a mission over there. Marines needed? I think I would have to find 2 Marines. There was a mission back the way we just came. Overshot that a little bit, didn't I? There we go. Because you gotta be kind of close in proximity. Don't go through. All right, slow it down. Is there a hotkey to go to 0 meters per second instead of mouse wheeling? Because sometimes I overshoot. Oh, it actually does stop for you. That's nice. It's like if you mouse wheel down, it stops at 0, so you don't overshoot it, and then you have to start it again. But there might be like a cut engine hotkey as well. There is a full stop key, can't remember. Backspace, that sounds familiar. Help keep a water clean. It's vital for the jump gate network that the water we make is clean and usable, and it's equally important that our water is maintained and working. The filtration systems. To minimize risk of contamination, will pay anyone who can bring replacement parts that are compatible. Deliver 13 rapid sand filters. No, we're not gonna do this, because I'm gonna have ads starting soon. I need to take a BRB because it has been 3 hours. I know I'm not doing the most thrilling gameplay right now, but don't worry, I'm about to hit rocks instead. I just need to do one more mission first to get enough money to do that. I actually like space mining, it's fun. But I don't know how to find those resources. 13 rapid sand filters. Chat, if you want a back seat how to find those, go for it. I don't even know what's in my ship inventory right now. And I forget how to look, to be honest. Yeah, I know from an NPC shop, you dingus. I'm asking, like, for more specifics than that. Because when I played in 2023, I remember taking a mission like this, thinking it was very easy, and then going to, like, 6 different stations, and none of them had the inventory that I wanted. So I'm trying to figure out if there's, like, an actual in-game method of being like, well, these types of components tend to be sold by antimatter cell factories. Or something like that. You missed my first message. Why are you doubling down? I know that shops are at stations. There's not a lemonade stand on the side of the highway with a little alien there waving at all the cars that are flying by on the highway. Yeah, I know it's at a station, man. That's why I'm criticizing you for not being specific enough, because you just gave me very general things I already know from 200 hours of play. It's plain random? Okay, that's what I was wondering, yes. If it's plain random, then we need to find a different mission. Because trying to, like, track down a station that has it is going to be a needle in a haystack. Because the game will hit you with the, like, look, it's very easy, no problem, and it's very deceptive. So we should keep it looking. for different things. I'm gonna move a little off this thing. Oh, interesting. Tab only boosts you forward. Can you boost side to side at all? Maybe not. Maybe not with this ship. Probably doesn't have very strong side thrusters. Okay, I'll take a BRB. Hang tight, listen to this. Yo. What is this? My favorite X4 clip. Let me see. Look how much brighter it was. Maybe I need like a light on or something. It's kind of dark. It's like darker on the cam. Maybe these lights are too low. Hold on. Because hypothetically, like, just trying to track them down. Let's say that you lived in Family Nut, which, first of all, great name. Family Nut. And you were getting some issues. Let's just say, hypothetically, there was something to mine there. And you were getting some cock in Family Nut. These devs, dude. Oh, I can't even have a conversation. So for context, there's a whole faction in this game of hostile ships called the Cock. All right, anyway. K-H-A'-AK, the Cock. It is pronounced cock. Not ka'ak, which is what I would normally say, but cock. Okay. That was so long ago. Hello, hi, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. Let's find a mission. I think I'm just gonna hop on. I'm still getting used to the flight controls. Sorry, I'm doing things a little slowly and inefficiently. The muscle memory hasn't quite returned. Which side do I even want to be on? There we go. And I think it's best to just leave the thing open. And then as you fly through, it'll kind of update the screen if you get any offers. Probably the easiest way to tell. I think it'll update the screen live without having to close it first, but maybe I'm wrong.
Entering system. Profit center alpha.
One of these, maybe? We have parts. Nope, we don't want to find parts. Pilot wanted, acquire a pilot. That one's gonna be tough as, oh man, both of these. We have to basically seek a pilot out, hire them, and then bring them to that location. We gotta find a better one. I'm starting to see that maybe muscle memory is coming back to me and it's trying to click a button that I currently don't have bound. Toggle turret arming. Is side mouse button 2? Where is toggle turret arming? And I've never even seen a game. Maybe I made that button a long time ago. Where on earth would turret... Oh, there it is. Turret arming. Okay, there we go. Sorry. That feels better. Is playing X4 doable on a 60% keyboard? Yeah, I think so. I don't really use the numpad at all. Should be. Vigil at the gates, very easy. Deploy a satellite. Okay, maybe we should do that one. That
Entering
one.
system. Right promise.
That one should be doable. Just have to acquire a satellite. Do you only acquire satellites at a wharf?
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Okay, vigil at the gates. Recent events have taught us it's better to keep an eye on who is entering our space. With that in mind, we're looking for someone to help us build a satellite network. A standard satellite will suffice. Procure the deployable, take it to where it's supposed to go.
I knew I could count on you.
Oh, there's a wharf here. That's very good. So we can just head to that Talati wharf. Pick up a satellite. Drop it off. Yeah, equipment docks. Any of the big icons, the big, large ones on the map would be good. Shift 1 for travel mode.
Talati Station Security Vessel. A.
A. E. But anyway, I don't remember what I was saying before. I know I've been ranting a lot on this stream, but also it's been 5 days since the last stream. I got a lot of ranting built up in my system, you know what I'm saying? But also I stand by everything that I'm doubling down on everything that I said. What is the docking permission hotkey? I remember reading it and being like, I need to remember that. Okay, I was gonna say Shift D.
Docking granted.
But I couldn't remember if I rebound it. I was actually thinking Shift D. But for some reason I thought that I bound it to something else. Ooh, bright. Alright, haven't docked in a while. Don't know if it is this. Yeah, it looks kind of the same. So we have to line up with the green in the middle. And then we're looking at the bottom red triangle to get in where the line is in between the two green arrows and then come to a stop. That means that we're perfectly over our target, and then we just go down. I don't know if I have to... Do I have to deploy landing gear? Or no? I'm kind of Star Citizen brained at this point. There we go.
Successfully docked.
There are modules that let you automatically dock as well. My right ear hears a lot of ship noises. So I think we want to upgrade, repair, dock ships. Then do consumables. Then buy some satellites. Or at least in this case, one satellite. I don't think I want multiple because it's going to cost us proportionally a lot of money. Normally we buy hundreds of satellites, but we're broke at the moment. So we just want to buy the minimum because we don't know what types of missions we're going to take. And then I can move my camera back up to the top right. Something like that. I know it's gonna block stuff no matter where I am. And then add to shopping list. There's a button there. And then confirm, I think. And then they are going to install it. We're ready to go. Easy as. Whoosh. One day maybe we'll have a ship like that. Probably not, but maybe. Okay, next is to put it wherever it is that they want it to go. Being on the ship when an AI tries to dock is frightening. True. It is funny to ride with the AI pilots, though. But I think it's fair to be critical of a game that when it's not on sale, it does go on sale often if you were interested in X4, so I would definitely wait for a sale. But it is fair, I think, to be critical of a game that is $50 base value, and if you want to buy it and all the DLC, that's gonna run you, you know, a lot of extra money. It's like 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. Oh god.
I think I know where we are. I'm pretty sure those star patterns match the ones from the pre-shutdown gate maps. This is the way to the old Federation.
You found it! A gate connecting our space to split space. Excellent! I've looked into and analyzed the socio-political forces at play in the split territories.
I hate these
However,
voices.
that is not a conversation to hold over comms. Meet me to discuss this.
I hate the AI voices, man. Hate them. Drives me crazy. Do I have the DLC? Yeah, I actually bought Timelines, despite the fact that I have no intention of playing it. Oh, that noise. Holy. Holy. Please replace that sound effect immediately. I don't even know what information was just displayed. You were invited by a faction rep to be rewarded. No. No, I wasn't. Those were human voices? No, they weren't. No shot. At least one of those two voices was AI. You'll have to prove it, unfortunately.
Requesting immediate backup.
Like, that guy sounds normal. But that's a different voice. Anyway, what I was gonna say was, I think it's fair that when a game is $50 and all of its DLC is 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 82, like $90. So that's $140 for all content. I think it's... Yeah, that's not like modern day AI. That's like Microsoft Sam AI. You know what I mean? Not the newfangled voice modulated one. That had a very like specific brand of Microsoft AI analog. Where is... What mission does it think I'm on? The picking up a mission and it automatically overriding your active one is also, I think, something that would be easy to change for quality of life settings.
Jump gate, unknown sector.
It's all story and some additional zones. You get all the major game improvements for free. That's how I felt like 3 to 5 years ago. I'm more critical and bitter now because I don't think that there really have been any major game improvements for me. Maybe for other people. But so far it feels pretty much identical to last time I played. Which was 2 years ago. Except this time I had to spend an hour troubleshooting the frame rate. I used to have a hotkey bound to deploy a satellite, but I know how to do it this way. Enter, poop out a satellite, get 31,000 credits. Pretty good deal. And there it is. Right underneath the ship. Okay, so now we have 140,000 credits. Let me see if I can afford a mining vessel with more than just a chassis or not. So this is a Talati one. The Magpie. This might be the one that we used before. And this would cost, this chassis is 134K. So it's more expensive. I think it's funny that there's Xenon mining ships just flying past me. Where are the other wharfs? There's a Paranid wharf. I hate Paranid ships. It is a cheap chassis though, but I despise Paranid. Hop is also Paranid, right? Yeah. And I unlocked Boron Space, but we didn't go over there. Argon, I think, was like kind of medium price between those. 119,000 credits. They have minor differences. 2,600 storage. Probably the most important aspect is just how much storage it has. Whereas the Talati has 3,500. Wow. That's an extra like 900. And the Paranid had 2,100. Oof. But it might be like faster or something. I don't remember which one is like, we have the best shields, we have the best engines. I think, I just remember getting Argon was kind of balanced. Was it Paranid is fast? And Talati is heavy shields? And Argon maybe is balanced? I don't remember Argon. So, I think I got the box last time. The one that has the most storage is going to be the best one. So we need to do like one more little thing to try to get a little extra cash. I don't have enough yet. Argon versus Xenon. My ship sucks so bad. That I don't think I could even help against the Xenon. I am also bitter for different reasons. I think for me the bitterness is rooted in a, like I said, it's weirdly the same issue across all of the games. That at one point were my favorite game, it reminds me of all the way back to the YouTube days when I would play demos and vertical slices of games. I don't know how many of you guys were there for that Wild West of video games back when everything was a Kickstarter alpha. And when we were first experiencing the Kickstarter alpha,
Autopilot disengaged.
let me see what's going on here. I'm just curious. There was this what type of ship is this?
SE.
Requesting immediate backup.
Chat, how big is this ship? Is it gonna? What is a SE? It looks huge. How do you do the camera that zooms in on your target? Well, it just got destroyed. Cool explosion, at least. Well, it's like F3.
Container.
Is that the container cam? Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Nova.
Let's try that one. Yeah, that's the how you see your target is F3, and F4 is like free space. F1 back to me. Okay, cool. That way I can like look at the ships from afar and see what they do. I wonder if the hauler, it was a hauler chat said dropped anything. Now I've lost where it popped. I don't know how to find the husk, and I've just been flying at 130 meters per second, confusingly.
Autopilot engaged.
Sorry, just getting used to the controls again. Y is zoom. It says out of ammo. I don't know if Y is zoom. For me, it's plus and minus. Just topped 500 hours in game and learned that F3 is target cam. Sometimes it's like that. What was I saying? I don't remember. I got distracted by that fight. Oh, do you guys remember back? Some of you might have been around for the prototyping phase of gaming where Kickstarter alphas were the norm. And during that time period, for YouTube, across YouTube, but my channel especially, was very much focused on sort of believing that each of these vertical slices was obviously going to eventually become an amazing, fully fledged game, right?
Autopilot disengaged.
And sort of buying into the promises of what was to come. So in a post Kickstarter world, after living through that and being disappointed by, you know, dozens of different games that raised a ton of money and ultimately did nothing with it, I think internally I am on another, like a similar clock with all the games that I play now, where to me, if you've been around as a game for 5 years, 10 years especially, and you haven't realized what I think is your full potential, I become increasingly bitter with each subsequent passing year. Kinshi and RimWorld started around that time, yeah. Exactly. I remember watching so many of those small projects ghost as they ran out of funds. Yeah, it was a bad timeline. The streamer talking about Star Citizen. Kind of, by extension. A lockbox? We could do a lockbox, right? That should be easy. We want you to carefully open a few lockboxes and make their contents disappear.
I can count on you.
I remember this is kind of how you learn how to scan. But I don't remember what to scan for. Isn't it like a purple ping somewhere? So it's somewhere in... There's an unknown station over there. Yeah, these can be difficult to find, for sure. Let's just kind of go in a direction. I saw a little blue. Let's go to this little blue. But it's difficult to tell how far away from it we might be. That little ping right there. Cube World. Cube World. Yeah. All I'm saying is that different games that have been not abandoned but are still in development after however many years it's been, you know, just using X4 as an example. At a certain point, you have to go like, okay, it's just never going to become everything that I wanted it to be when I first played it. But like, I don't remember when I first played it, because I definitely played it before 2023. That was just the last time I played it. I feel like we played it... What's the DLC release schedule look like? When did the Borons come out? I'm trying to remember when we first played it. I think I played it before the Borons, though. Because Borons might have been 2023. Or, oh boy, where am I? I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, we went back to it for Borons. I definitely played it around when the Split were added. That may have been the first time that I got into it. Maybe it was the Terrans. Terrans were before the Boron, right? How far away is this thing? It's hard to tell. There's Twitch clips from at least 5 years old. Okay. That sounds right. I would believe 2020 was the first year that I played it. Like 2020, 2021, somewhere in there is when I first got in. And I think at its core, X4 is still a very fun game with a lot to offer. And clearly, people really enjoy the mods. A lot of people playing the Star Wars mods, for example. Which makes sense. It's got factions, it's got space stations, you can have big space battles. Don't really have that for Star Wars and really any other game. And other mods like that. How far away is this thing, dude? There's probably a more efficient way to find it. I keep swapping out of travel mode. But I think the point is that I need to lower my expectations for everything. Those of you that's played X4, would you say that much has meaningfully changed in it in the last 5 years? That's really changed the fundamentals of how you play your sandbox or your campaign or whatever it is. Like, I just don't feel like anything. There's just a few more ship packs now, right? And maybe some quality of life here and there. Oh, I see it. I see it. So I think that's what it comes down to. Like, that's why I bought Timelines, because I was like, well, I still like the work. I like that the game is being developed, and I don't want it to stop being developed. But then you get to now, and you look back in the rearview mirror, and you're like, well, what's really changed? You've had 5 years, and all you've done with it is add story missions and some ship packs. I'm sure the diplomacy is probably great if you get into it. I just don't think I will ever get into it because it's not really my type. I want more like factions operating without my input, and it seems like the devs want more like I need to make direct input. I know that stuff can still happen without my input, and I can just sit back and watch, but not nearly as much as there is from my, like, well, you need to go to your player HQ, and you have a little module. Is this gonna blow me up when I get close? I've never seen one that looked like this. With the little, like, disco lasers coming out the side. It looks like I'm gonna cross one and it's gonna blow me up. Just give it a little bump. Who is coming up on enemy list here? Holy. A raiding party? Oh, there it is. Anyway. Because I'm not trying to say that there weren't updates, but I feel like the same is true for all the games that we were talking about earlier, where 1.0 comes out and then the DLCs start rolling out, and then... Like, look at... I know that one game is 3D and the other game is 2D, okay? But just look at the DLC of RimWorld compared to the other games that we mentioned. And tell me that you think like a ship pack once a year is even close content-wise, you know what I mean? It's like, all right, boss, I gave you 5 years to do something, and I feel like I'm in a time machine. Back in 2020. I gotta shoot these things off. And for some games, it's like, I gave you 10 years. I'm looking at you, Mountain Blade. I think I shoot the flashy things, right? There's speculation they slow down DLC due to X5 commencing. That would make sense, yeah. But that's the thing, right? It's always like right when you're getting close to fulfilling a vision, bam, time for a new game. I think you shoot these. Precision strikes on the locks. Oh. What is that? Why are there little mines flying in the sky?
Tracker mine.
Tracker mine? Did I complete the mission or no? Is this not the right lockbox? This is just a random lockbox, I think. Wait, haven't I messed with these mines before and they kicked my teeth in? I like went up to it and tried to blow it up, and then I remember just having the U detonated screen. You have to collect the stuff too. No, you don't. We want you to make their contents disappear. Do they not just fly off into the void of space? You can keep anything useful that you find. They don't want the stuff. I'm like, I don't have to bring anything back to them. I guess I'll go to the yellow marker and see if it's there or not. Anyway, I'm sure they are working on a new game. X5. Time for X5. But now Bannerlord is getting a new DLC that will surely fix everything, right? Nah, the Bannerlord stuff is actually a cash grab. I hate that it's working. I'll check it out too, but I don't expect much. Not to argue with Streamer, but this is a weird take. They just added a whole new diplomacy mechanic. They redid flight mechanics. They updated AI, and it's all free. Okay, but counterpoint. None of those things are important to me, and none of those things change how I play. I cannot even tell that the flight mechanics have changed. Other than that, things feel slightly worse for me now, because I actually liked the way it was before. And then secondly, the diplomacy update, I'm looking at the update. And I will show you what it says. And also, like, updating AI, that's not a feature. That's making it work. Right? Like, so you can't sell me that, like, oh, they did a big update fixing AI and adding quality of life stuff. Like, that is somehow comparable to the level of consistent, new, game-changing content we get from games like RimWorld, even Project Zomboid. Right? And yeah, the AI is still probably janky anyways, but the diplomacy update is an embassy room that requires your player headquarters, unlocked via research at the player HQ, requires friendly relations to accept faction diplomats, okay? So, like, I'll never use that. So that's one feature that doesn't matter at all to me. Agents, specialists in diplomacy and espionage. I do not like this mechanic in any other game, so I'm not sure that I would like it here, but I haven't tried it yet, to be fair. But I don't think that sending spies to, like, steal blueprints and improve relations is unique to X4, so I can't really see it being better implemented here than on any other game. To me, this is just like micromanagement that I don't want to do or participate in. And then the third feature is the fact that there are just events that say there's a trade dispute, there's a cyber attack, there's a peace talk, there's a territorial claim. This, to me, I have to see how this actually works in the game. But I think this is funny. Like, this made me chuckle earlier. As a player, you can influence the event using an agent. Okay, so I'm not going to do that. Enable protocol null to sow chaos. I don't know what that is. Maybe it was mentioned earlier up here and I skipped over it on accident, but it seems... No, that is actually the only time protocol null is mentioned on this page and does not explain what it is, so I'm not sure what it is. And do nothing, which is what I'll do. That's the third option. I love that they put, like, as a player, here are your choices. Do something or do nothing. Okay, yep, that is exactly what I'll do. The problem is that until I see otherwise, these are all very surface level things that remind me, like, I don't know if you guys have all played Mount and Blade Bannerlord, but you know how politics, like Mount and Blade Bannerlord on its Steam page probably claims to have diplomacy systems. And they're like, wow, the player can influence these and has a say. And what actually happens in the game is the Connet is just like, we are at war. A few days go by. We are not at war anymore. Did you see that diplomacy? Like, the politics there were crazy. We are at war again. I have no ceasefire. Like, it's just arbitrary dice rolls. Like, if you've played Mountain Blade, I'm not saying that this is like that, but that's like what people will put in their game and then claim there's a big diplomacy system. So just saying that, like these, they need to explain what this shit is. Right? This is the dev post. These bullet points with no description do not convince me that there's content here. What this does convince me is that there is a pop-up in the bottom right of your screen with an AI voiced talking head that goes, the Paranids and Argon are not agreeing on trade, and they have ceased trade, and then a time cooldown goes by, and then they trade again, and that's it. These two factions are at war. Time goes by, dice rolls. They are now at peace talks, and that's it. Like, this doesn't convince me that there's any actual depth besides just we've added 5 events to the game that happen at random to add, like, dynamic factions. And that occasionally, like, factions probably have, like, a rep number like the player, and it randomly goes up and down. Like, even Xtreme with Star Sector... What? Who is around me right now? I don't know, there's someone's fighting. Even Star Sector and Xtreme, which I think is close to the best you can get from, like, a dynamic sandbox perspective, has the same thing. Like, those are all features of a mod for Star Sector. It's just randomly like, there are trade disputes, minus 25 rep between these two factions. It doesn't convince you there's depth, so you're convinced that there's no depth. Yeah, because it's the developer's dev blog. Like, that's their job in the news posts, is to show the update and tell me what is in it. So when they don't tell me what's in it, then I cannot give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that there's a shit ton of gameplay. If there was, then they would be boasting about it. I can watch the video, but I'm certain that it's going to focus more on the new ship that has an articulated interior than it is the diplomacy part of things. But nobody in chat has said anything to the contrary, including you. I understand that you're very passionate about this game, but you can't just say diplomacy is a huge new feature, and I go, well, I don't think there's any gameplay in it, and you just go, okay, think that if you want. Nobody has said, actually, you're wrong for these reasons. Here's how it has changed the gameplay so far. Other than that, faction relationships are more dynamic, which is a PowerPoint presentation bullet point. That's not... That doesn't mean anything. But I've watched all the trailers for it, I've read the dev update, and those are their opportunities to tell me what content is in the game. So yeah, I think they do have a responsibility to convince the player that there's content in their content updates. And it's not my job to give them credit for no reason. Like, so far we've had 1 to 2 pop-ups that are exactly what I just described, right? At the bottom right of the screen, where it's just like, a thing happened. Okay, that's it. Doesn't actually mean anything to me. Gameplay-wise. You're cooked? I think I am cooked. But like, I'm still waiting. If anybody in chat wants to be like, actually, diplomacy is huge because reasons, I'd be happy to read what all has changed in the sandbox with the diplomacy update outside of you can now, like, steal blueprints and lower another faction's rep with another faction via an agent menu. Find a lockbox. I hear pings, but I am too dumb to know if the pings also appear on the minimap or if I just need to eyeball them. Going from static faction relations to dynamic relations is a big jump for the sandbox. Please elaborate. What was static about the relations before versus what is dynamic about the relations now? I don't think anyone's gonna jump in and say it's great. It came out yesterday. It's been in testing for months. This didn't just blindside everybody with a surprise update. It's been playable and available for many months now, right? I don't think this just came out of thin air, but also you're effectively asking me just to give the devs the benefit of the doubt and say it's a huge major update, and I say, well, what's major about it? And you go, IDKs. It's not a convincing response. That's all I'm saying. So if the devs don't tell me what's in it and the players can't tell me what's in it, then I can't just assume, wow, thank you, devs. Oh, I appreciate this major update to my favorite game. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Actually, wild takes. We're not saying it's a bad game. I've played it, obviously. If there wasn't something he liked, he wouldn't come back to it. Well, I mean, I'm checking it out to see if it, because it's been 2 years. I want to see if it's like, when I heard that there was going to be a diplomacy update, I was excited about the implications of what that means for the sandbox, but the dev posts and the trailers do a very poor job of explaining what you do in it, including using jargon that is not explained in the dev blog, that no one seems to know what it means except the devs. Who refused to elaborate. Also, I think we're... What the hell was that? I think I screwed up the... That's a scary noise. I think that's when you, like, botch the scan. But yeah, I think we're, like, in the scan zone now, and it's somewhere in this zone. So we are looking for a blue ping. I actually don't mind. I like searching for lockboxes. I think it's pretty fun to narrow down where they are. There's something. That's yellow. Yellow usually means quests. Can you land? Not on the planets, but on stations you can, and you get up and walk around. And then you can also walk on your ship, but only like 1 or 2 ships actually have an interior beyond the cockpit. The rest of them are just cockpit only, so you don't really do much walking around, but you do get out and you can get out on stations and stuff. I think that was just taking me... Ooh. Hold on. Just gonna follow this to wherever it ends here. Going down the rabbit hole. I'm out of boost. I don't like using travel mode here because I like to be able to keep pinging the scan. But then I have to wait for my boost to repopulate. I don't suspect there's any way to divert power or anything like that. Oh, what was that? I think I have been baited. No? I'm just gonna keep following the ping. Anyway, chat, stop arguing amongst yourselves, okay? Your explanation earlier is basically null protocol. The implication is that you can use it to be a war profiteer. What? I don't know what you're talking about. What did I say that was null protocol? That you click on an agent, they have a menu, that you say, hey, go be devious, and you have a 50% chance of worsening relations between the Paranid and the Argon. And he goes, he, and then he moves, and then time passes, and then you get a notification that says whether you were successful or not. And if you were successful, then they go to war. And if you were unsuccessful, they either discovered that you were behind it and you lose rep with them, or it just fails and doesn't change their reputation with each other. Is that null protocol? Because if someone said, hey, Etal, what is a basic diplomacy system we could add to our game and not have to change it at all, I would say that. Right, that would just be, without knowing anything about the game, that's probably like the default baseline, no innovation required, been done in a dozen other games type of gameplay mechanic that I don't think is interesting. I think we're getting closer based on the attenuation. But anyway, to clarify, the reason Misaniavent people are giving you shit right now is because what you originally said was not to argue with streamer, but this is a weird take. They just added a whole new diplomacy mechanic. They redid flight mechanics earlier, they updated AI pretty extensively, and it's all free. And I said, well, what's in the diplomacy mechanic? And you said, IDK lols. So I think people are giving you shit because you defended the devs and therefore disagreed with me, while not actually offering any examples of the content that was, by your own words, major, that was just added to the game. So that's why people are jumping down your throat right now. And it's okay to not know everything about the new update and content, but it kind of sounds like we're in the same boat, you and I. Neither of us actually know what's really in the diplomacy update. And the burden is on the developers to tell both of us what is in the update before we give them credit for having made it. Does that make sense? There's a pumpkin. Like, you can't give them kudos for a major update and then be like, I don't even know what's in it, but they I saw my patch download earlier, so good job, devs. Right? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But I also, if you ask me in 2020, would I say like the diplomacy update as is, a graphics update, and tweaking the flight model is enough for 5 years of ship DLCs? I would say no. But 5 years ago, I probably assumed that some of those things were not just going to be a new ship added to the game with a small story mission attached, right? I would have given them that's when I gave them the benefit of the doubt. So in hindsight, I don't think that, you know, $15 here, $15 there, $15 there, I don't really think that there has been enough added in 5 years to justify the existence of all the, like, we're buying this because we support the devs. But that's just me. Because they sent me a key, but I bought the stuff anyways, because that's what I thought, right? So I didn't use the keys that were sent. To be fair, Star Citizen gets all the heat in this area. Egosoft has to be less greedy than RSI. Yeah, but the whole thing is that one of the big Star Citizen people went to Egosoft to start this whole chain of events. So, like, they're still involved, and I'm starting to see their influence with the new ship DLCs touting like, oh, there's a full interior that you can walk around. It's like, I don't care. Ah, but we've changed the flight model to feel more like Stars. I don't care, you know? It feels... I'm starting to feel their influence with the ship packs instead of the content that I want to keep coming back for. The diplomacy stuff doesn't even pick up until the mid-game, which is a lot farther along than most people are engaged. All right, High Stakes Jenga, you've got experience. Tell us, what is in it? What's in the update? Yeah, there's a Star Citizen dude fairly high up in Egosoft now, isn't he? John Pritchett partners with Egosoft for the upcoming X4 flight model overhaul. John Pritchett, Egosoft. So maybe he doesn't work for Egosoft, he just helped them with the flight model? Former senior physics programmer with the Star Citizen development team. However, there is a lot of overlap in artists, right? In the sci-fi game community, like a lot of ship designers and artists have worked at both CIG and Egosoft, if I'm not mistaken. I believe there's still a lot of overlap. But anyway, high stakes Jenga, are you gonna write us a paragraph? Also, did I finish the mission or no? Collect items. Did I not? Are these not the items that came out of this thing? Now I have contraband on my ship, I'm pretty sure. Is it the yellow? I can't tell how far away that is the problem. It could be right next to me or infinite distance away. There's also, I used all my snoozes so we could continue this discussion, but there is an ad that's about to play right now. Jenga, I have no idea what you're saying now. All I saw was, assuming your player HQ is established with both Busta and Bozo, you'll get a message. First of all, those, I can't take you seriously, Busta and Bozo. You'll get a message about a new research option embassy. Okay. I mean, I think we knew that. Busta and Bozo. Keep Busta and Bozo out of Family Nut. I have a feeling this is just taking me back to the middle of the circle. Is there another one to find? I'm really confused now. I thought it was a yellow lockbox that I just found. So I thought that was the story mission one, or the side quest one. This is just taking me back to the, like, search circle. Did I miss vacking up some items that came out of the lockbox? Chat, you can backseat this, and I don't care. Like, that's not a story lockbox, right? That's just maybe another lockbox out in space. Your nav is on a different quest. No, this is the one. Find lockbox. Yeah, I didn't get paid for the... Can I backseat? Yeah, you can backseat. That's what I just said. I just found a yellow lockbox and opened it and collected the items. Is there more than one? You want to find this lockbox? This is not story related at all. Yes, exactly. I don't want to do any story. So I am trying to pretend that this is actually a true sandbox game. And not only a sandbox game that is actually disguised as a campaign where you have to find Busta and Bozo in order to get your stock bog standard player HQ, at which point you can do research until some other dude named Busta Nut comes in and hits you on the comms, and there's an apostrophe between the Busta and Nut because it's his family name as his last name, and says, we've got new research for you. You can now participate in the diplomacy portion of our free update that changes the sandbox. Thank you for doing all the mandatory story missions before getting to this point, because we wouldn't want to give you any more sand unless you get in line behind the 15 story quest chains to unlock different content before you are allowed to engage with all of the little cups that you can have in the water so you can mix the sand and pack it into an actual castle. So I am trying to pretend it's just a sandbox that I jumped into. But even the updates that are supposed to improve the sandbox are gated behind repetitive story missions that you have to do every time you start a new campaign. Unless you go into custom game mode and then check all the boxes to skip this shit, skip this shit, skip this shit, and you click every single one, but then you have all the OP shit that only you can use because the powerful ships are not given to the AI, they're only for you to have God mode on. It's crazy that all the content is put in the game and then the suggestion for how to deal with it is, well, just turn it off. The exact same thing Italis was worried would happen is happening. Only Italis could have seen this coming. Well, yeah, I didn't know. I turned on to see what the diplomacy update was, but now talking to chat, I find that it's all gated behind a static set of story missions that you have to do. I didn't know that going in, did I? Of course not. Why would I? So the only thing that has changed if you don't do the story missions is you can now do the part where the devs, quote, said you have the option to, quote, do nothing and observe the outcome. So I guess that's the only content that I personally can do if I choose not to do the same story missions to unlock not just the player HQ, but you also have to do the missions to get the NPCs on. So can we, like, I'm not going to yell. Can we come to a conclusion on how many story missions that you would have to do roughly if you didn't use creative mode to skip to having the player station with the right NPCs on it? Like the way that the devs made it intended for you to do? Do you have to do the full Boron storyline? Wait, no. Wait, is Bozo a Boron? Have you talked to Busta? I have not talked to Busta. I'm not going to do any of that, by the way. I'm just like trying to figure out. I'm not figuring out so I can do it. I'm just trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? Get the news off of. We don't need any world news on here right now. That's for sure. Bozo will just appear by going to Heretic's End and give you the HQ. Terran Genesis start would be faster. But yeah, I did a custom start, but I'm still not doing the player HQ. I'm just trying to figure out like what the intention is. I watched another streamer who said the buildup was like 9 hours. He also said there was a scientific HQ start that got you to the same point. The HQ itself used to be a chore, but I've been listening to this entire rant and find that I disagree with absolutely none of it. Okay, I thought that was going in a different direction. Deport, I thought you were going like, I've been listening to this entire rant and I got the HQ in the last 15 minutes while you've been ranting about it. He was getting ready to be mad. I wasn't getting ready to be mad, you know. If you, some people genuinely like the story, the characters, and the lore, and that's fine. That's not what's at issue here. The issue is that for the few people that like that. And I say few because objectively, Timelines is the most story-focused content that's ever been released for X4, and it's also the most negatively reviewed. So I'm assuming, therefore, that the majority of players are not looking for that content, right? And I'm not trying to appeal to the majority here. I'm just saying that while there are some people that obviously do really enjoy that story content, the fact that it is required for everybody else to experience all the content, and that the content is not integrated in such a way that it can be done without the story content, outside of literally using creative mode to cheat through it, is the thing I just can't get over. So if you're thinking, well, why didn't you expect that before you started the stream today? I didn't know that the diplomacy update, like, I knew that there was a DLC, which I bought with 2 ships, and I know it's just 2 ships, right? It's written on the wrapper, so I understand what I'm getting into there. Also, where's the backseater that was going to tell me how to do this mission? Where did you go? I must have missed you. Hello, you did. All right, Trumbo Ninja. Hi, Havoc. You joined in time for rant stream. Go to the center and just scan around. Is that not what I was doing? Oh, I thought that's what I did to get over here in the first place. I'll go again. The scenarios of Timelines are worth it to do once. I disagree. It's people that marathoned it that had the biggest problem. I don't know what that means. I don't even want it to exist. So doing it once is too much to ask. I will never do them. Lockbox was easier before? What changed? In 8.0, the areas can spawn so big that scanning from the center's not enough. Okay. But it'll still come up as an exclamation point, right? I want to try to at least find it so I can rant while flying to a destination point. But I can't do 2 things at once. I can't get over the fact that Timelines is a separate mode of game that you literally have to, like, choose from the main menu. That by itself boggled me. I might need to go further in a direction. I'll go further here.
Autopilot engaged.
Yeah, so Byhammer Timelines is a series of missions in a vacuum, no pun intended, that you have to do to unlock certain ships or unlocks to the main sandbox mode. And chat said that only the player can use those unlocks. I don't even think that they factor into the economics and the building of anything else in the game. So I could be wrong because I didn't play it, and I don't plan on it. Oh, they unlock a couple of sectors, which again is so stupid. What did you say, Havoc? This is a very strange screen. Oh, there we go. Now I can see your comments. Timelines was a bit jarring when I played it because the whole it's a separate mode, but despite that I found myself enjoying the scenarios quite a bit. Well, you're wrong! Just kidding. They encouraged me to engage with game mechanics that I typically didn't have any reason to interact with before. Yeah, but if I can just disagree with the fun that you claim to have had, can I just say that that is a fault of the game's sandbox for not giving you opportunity or reason to engage with those mechanics outside of a contrived story mission that forces you to engage with them? And that is the core of my issue, is that they have these mechanics that very well could be integrated into the sandbox game, but instead of choosing to find interesting ways to do that, they say, well, since nobody ever gets to even see this stuff, let's just contrive a scenario in which you have to use them, and that might be novel and fun briefly, but you won't want to play those missions through ever again, presumably. And to that end, I think the best example of what my issues that are not irreconcilable differences with X4 is the player HQ and its existence. Also, we are not in a spot to... Actually, there is an exclamation there, but I think that's just the middle of the circle. The player HQ represents the biggest flaw with the entire game's design, in my opinion.
Autopilot engaged.
Which is that you've created a game wherein it is possible to, and encouraged to, collect resources, ships, to build your own space station, which is fully customizable in a 3D editor that allows you to buy and install upgrades that require engaging with various mechanics in the game, such as hiring a construction vessel to come to your sector to build it for you, to either hiring or hauling resources yourself to be transported via trade ships, to possibly mining vessels that either you can pilot or hire pilots for to go mine resources for you, and it marries all of the different gameplay aspects to build a space station. So what do? As a developer, you make every important game mechanic fundamentally bound to a player station that you are given for free with, according to chat, 15 minutes and 2 missions of work that is dumped on you, which is diametrically opposed to all of the game mechanics that you have so beautifully intermingled together to create a rewarding structure to build your own station. And you just go, here you go. This is yours, and you can do everything that you want to from this station. Unless you want to like make money or build, you do still have to build stuff, but it's just like giving it to you for free is the problem. And that it's in the same spot every time. You can't even choose where to build it. You have no agency in it. It's just thrown at you. It's bizarre. And all the like new updates and game mechanics that are added are intrinsically tied to it. So that's the fundamental issue. That's the root from which everything else stems. That's a problem with the game. That design decision is so baffling to me, but if you look at it, you can see why they do everything else that they do, because they did that, right? It all goes back to the player HQ. It's the only way that you can research in the game. It's the only way that you can access the diplomacy side of things for your faction. Nothing should be mandatory in a sandbox. That's it. That's it. A sandbox should not require you to do anything to have the content unlocked. It's just a fundamental principle of being a sandbox. I think it would be more apt to say that X4 is a campaign with sandbox elements than it is a sandbox. Wild roast. The rant never ends. Yeah. Bambino? Bambino, do you have any opinion one way or the other on X4? Be honest. I like that you're like a rant hype man, though. So, you have that going for you, I guess. How long have you been pinging for the lockbox? I mean, I've been yapping more than I've been pinging. But I didn't know that finding the lockbox was... Oh, I actually have a question that is unrelated to anything we've talked about. Okay, so look at the 3D map at the bottom. When am I looking straight ahead? Quote unquote, right? Because I know everything's on kind of a horizontal plane for the most part here. Like, because your marker's not 3D, it's 2D, I can't tell if it's meant to be like top down, like now I'm pointing straight ahead, or if it needs to be flush, like that straight ahead. Because the like dots line up with the circle, I think. Okay, just checking. Avic said, by all means, I found the races the most egregious of the I never do this normally kind of content. The best content was the manual mining missions. I enjoyed manual mining. I was gonna do it today, but I don't know if I'll earn enough money because I'm gonna be in this yellow circle looking for a lockbox. So I'm just going to different... The chat said they made it harder to find in this update. Apparently it was too easy before. We're looking for like a yellow ping. Why'd they make it harder? I don't know. I guess you could get good shit out of it. And what is that?
Phoenix E.
What? Patrol Destroyer Phoenix E. All right, where am I in the circle? I'm like over here. I'll go over here, I guess.
Autopilot engaged.
Control M is a hotkey to change the minimap. Interesting. Never knew that. What's chat saying? Design flaw tracing may be a YouTube option for you. I've never heard those words together. Design flaw tracing. Is that a real thing, or did you just make that up? Hello, enjoying up. The RimWorld playthrough was good. I enjoyed it.
Autopilot disengaged.
Okay, anyway. Yeah, it's... It's tough. You traced that flaw in the design. I think Egosoft reminds me of like a band that has a song that gets extremely popular and that everybody loves. But whenever they go and do concerts, they refuse to get pigeonholed into that one song and like have to show off their new albums and their new creativity, and they're on a different vibe now. And then the fans all buy tickets to the concert hoping to hear the song that they really like, but they're like, no, you're gonna play Timelines. That's our new album, Timelines. Listen to this. And sometimes you just gotta, like... I could kind of believe there's a couple of people in chat basically saying that they're afraid to lose the people who can't get into the sandbox and that they need to give them like a story mission to attach to. But also, dude, I don't know where the hell this lockbox is. I've never had to look this long for one. I'll look up, down, left, right, whatever. I think that they're making content for an audience who doesn't exist. And that they perceive the like story content as being the sort of stepping stone. Like I see some people in chat being like, "Oh, you got to play Timelines because it'll train you on specific." It's a glorified tutorial that's made into a DLC, right? But like I think that it's content for an audience that isn't there, to try and attract new players, because X4 is perceived as incredibly dense and obtuse and difficult. I mean, look at me, right? I'm scanning for a damn lockbox that may not exist. And it's supposed to be an easy mission, and I've played almost 200 hours of X4, and I still can't find it, right? So I understand the fear, but at a certain point, you just have to lean into that shit, right? This is not the problem that I have with the game. The problem is not like, oh, the lockbox is too hard to find or whatever. It's like trying to broaden the possible scope of who might purchase the game by appealing to a different demographic who wants like more story, kind of hold my hand content that tells you exactly what to do. Because like when I dropped into the game, it really was like, okay, what the hell do I do, right? I don't have anything guiding me at all, but that's also the fun part. It's like, figure it out, man. Do you want to go hit the highway until you find a mission that you think you can do, or... do you want to look for, you could ping for lockboxes independently and look for gear and try and sell that gear. You know, you could start with a different ship, maybe a small mining ship, and start hitting rocks, or we've done trading before. Start with a little small trading ship and find some good deals on the market. Soviet Womble has a great video about adding story to sandbox games. I might have seen that before. I don't remember the video explicitly. But it's so funny to me that, like, if you go look at the reviews for any of the DLCs for X4, and I promise you, the top review, or like the second review at minimum, is going to be like, I don't really want this, but I bought it to support development. Here's a crazy idea. What if you made DLCs for sale that was both what people wanted and continue to support the game with the things that they do want? What if it was both simultaneously? You'd probably sell 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 times as much. Let's look. Let's look. I'm going to the store page. Okay, X4. Where's the new DLC? Here's the new one. Just came out yesterday. Let's look at the top review. Okay, we got, the ship is pretty cool. Second one down. The ship is not exactly my cup of tea. Okay. The main reason is to fund free updates that are like 85% of the content. And then this fancy ship that is not necessary at all. Okay, look, I just enjoy throwing money at Egosoft. Let's support the X4 development, guys. Happy to pay to keep the development running for this great game. Streamer was wrong. It was the third comment. Like, it's just... What if people didn't have to write that because the two philosophies were united, right? Unfortunately, I'm one of them because I did buy timelines with no intention of ever touching the content. Like, it's I'm in the picture. Chat, I don't know where the hell this lockbox is, and at this point, I have asked, and I'm starting to become convinced we'll never find it. I haven't really been that dedicated looking, unfortunately. At least with CK3, you can just fire it up and engage with the new systems. Don't get me started on Crusader Kings. Chat, get ready for another version of this when the rest of the map is added to Crusader Kings, because that's exactly what you're gonna get. This lockbox is dumb? Well, I mean, if I find it, I get enough money to get the other ship. I haven't got 3 because of you, thanks. Honestly, 3 vanilla is fine to get on a sale. As long as you're okay. Like, it was worth buying. I enjoyed Crusader Kings 3 vanilla for probably close to 200 hours. It was worth buying. But once again, the problem is they create a base where your expectations are, wow, I can't wait to see what Crusader Kings 3 is like in 4 or 5 years. And then we're 5 years later, and I think 90% of the DLC is just terrible. And in many cases made the game worse for me. And so my disappointment is not like, oh, I shouldn't have bought this game for any of the games that I criticize. The problem is that when I play them the first time, I think, damn, I can't wait to see what this is like in 5 years or more. And then 5 years goes by and I look in the rearview mirror and I'm like, holy shit, Mountain Blade, what the hell is this? I believed in you, man. I believed in Crusader Kings as well, but I enjoyed the time I had with it, and the DLC wasn't worth it, but the vanilla game was. So I'd still recommend it if it was on sale. I know that it can be difficult for chat to reconcile the fact that I would recommend the games that I am bitching about, and that it sounds conflicting. But it's like, yeah, if someone in chat said I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. It basically just is that. It's like my favorite games of all time just slipped through my fingers instead of becoming one of my favorite games of all time. That's why my favorite games of all time, for the most part, are games where the campaign is the focus. Because you either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain, and almost every sandbox game is the latter. Where a campaign games, you have a thrilling journey that you're only supposed to do once, and you have a great time, and then it has an ending, and then it's over, and I go, wow, that was amazing, and it never lives long enough to spoil. That's why, like, God of War 2018 was an incredible experience, you know what I mean? Or, you know, Subnautica is an example of a campaign game that has some sandbox elements. Like, that was frustrating as hell, but because it had like an ending and I was satisfied with my journey through the game, I remember it fondly. I wouldn't put that in my top 3, but yeah, Death Stranding, like my favorite game. Chat, we're not, maybe I should just cut my losses on this lockbox mission that, by the way, is easy or very easy. I think we would get a very definitive ping if I hit anything. And I'm aware that it can be above us and below us as well. So it must be up or down, and I'm just not. Do you see that? Look at how this sphere opens up. It feels like looking in space. I remember there's a way. How do you raise a point? I remember doing it. I don't remember how. It's like a... There's a way to raise and lower... No, it doesn't have to be an AI captain to do, I don't think. Yeah, you look at it from the side, and then like... Maybe it does have to be an AI. Because if you have an AI that you're steering, that's how you do it. It's really hard to tell what is up, though, and what is down. Okay, this is down, I think. What is up? But yeah, I kind of knew. I got 1,000-yard stare. 1,000-yard stare. Stop guidance, please. I think it was the reveal that a bunch of the update is still tied to story missions somehow, even though it's ostensibly a sandbox update. And I just realized how completely disjointed I am from the devs' way of thinking. Here's a question that you may or may not know the answer to. Can you hire agents without a player HQ? You might be able to, and they just go back to your station. No, says High Stakes Jenga. Like, I don't even think the idea of a player HQ is bad. I think the what's bad is it should be something that you work through the normal game mechanics to build. And then you can build it anywhere. And then I'm not talking about transporting it around later with magic teleport functions. I'm talking about you choose a spot, stake a claim, build a station, and then make that your HQ, and then build a research module, which you could build on any station, let's say, and just choose one station that you built to become your HQ. And then that is your HQ. But you had to build it. I can't abide any content that is just given to you as a quest reward. I don't want it. It just won't look as cool. That's up to the devs, right? They could add the same modules. I know it's part of like an asteroid or whatever, that you could do that if you wanted to. It wouldn't be the first space game you could build into an asteroid. Yeah, or like a giant ship could be your headquarters, right? Chat, there is no lockbox, brothers. It's not here. How do you tell which way's up and which way's down? So we have negative y-axis, and then we have positive y-axis. So positive y has got to be up, I think, and then heading this way should be down, negative y. I think. 90% of lockbox looters give up right before finding it. Well, I'm going down. I'm heading down. That's me. I know there's some people in chat earlier that were basically thinking of and saying something to the effect of, if you're this strongly opinionated and have negative thoughts, why play or something? I don't remember. Somebody said something stupid like, you could just play games you like or something like that, which to me is a really brain dead comment, because the problem is, I know how it might sound, but the problem is not that I dislike X4. The problem is that once you play for a couple hundred hours, which is a great amount of time, and I got my money's worth, and again, I would thumbs it up on Steam, you see all the things that I can't get over. And I can't just play another game because there isn't one. Because Egosoft is the only one who's like, let's make a 3D, you're in the cockpit, single player, economic logistics game. It's the only one. So there isn't like an alternative competitor to go to. Like the closest game to this is unfortunately Star Citizen, which has far more issues than the ones that I am describing. And so I yell into the void, hoping that if an X5 is being made, that these things can be made differently, or at least optional. And optional in a way that doesn't require you to just brute force skip content in a creative checkbox, but rather integrate the sandbox mechanics with all the content, and all the content with the sandbox. That's it. I'm just yelling into the void, praying for something to go differently in a future. Do you guys see it? Do you guys see an exclamation with a question mark on my map? Am I crazy? Is that different? What is that? Unknown object? What's this? Why do I see it on my map but not on my like a visual? It's only on my map but not on... Should be like almost dead ahead of us right now. Shouldn't it be pinging here? Like visually?
Unknown object.
Why is it only showing up on the minimap? Don't lockboxes have a little circle ping when you ping them? we might have been able to find it way sooner, but I didn't know that you have to look down here to find it. This is a special one. Oh my, so I was just looking for like a normal lockbox ping, but this one is like a secret slash bugged slash I have no idea. This one's gonna be tough to shoot. If you hit the lockbox, you damage it and lose the thing. It seems like it's... Oh, I'm floating toward it. It's not floating toward me. There's one. Let's aim like here. Missed, but it's okay. That maybe I'll just keep the cursor right there. See if it rotates the same way each time. There's two. Three. Four.
Captain, this is Bozo Top.
Shut up, Bozo. I ain't talking to you. Payment received 65,000 credits. Finally got it. Finally got it. I'm never answering that call. I don't care what he has to say. Jesus Christ, I found it. Chad, it's gonna be so funny looking back on this stream VOD, and the whole stream is just ranting about the state of X4 and looking for one lockbox, and that's it. For like, to be fair, other than the ranting, this is just the gameplay. Like, it did used to be easier to find lockboxes because they would actually show up when you pinged them. So I don't know if that was a bug or they just, that's how they changed it. Now let's go see what mining is like. I guess we're doing the Argon one. Because it has the most, wait, no. Argon only has 26 hundo. Is it Talati? Is there a way to reset the map orientation here to the default? I think it is this, right? Not that one. Yeah, this one has 3,500. This is probably the one I used last time. So, give it just default everything and see if we can afford it. I don't know if we can, but we'll see. Default... Well, you probably want the travel instead of the all-arounders. You should have a faster top travel speed by like 600 meters per second. Boost speed is terrible, but I think that's fine. Then thrusters, default all-arounders. Shields? I mean, we want some shields. Baby shields. Mining drill Mark 1 versus Mark 2. Mark 2's 53k, so I don't think I can afford that. Let's get the Mark 1, it's way cheaper. Software. Flight assist. Oh man, the price is going up. I don't have enough. It's 233 and I have 211. I need more money. I need like 20k, 22k. I need a little more. Okay, let's just like fly.
Autopilot engaged.
I've never had one be that harsh, LMAO. Well, apparently they just updated it with the new patch, so maybe that's why. Early gameplay is definitely slow. Well, it depends on if you want it to be. Because the way that the developers intend for you to play the game is learn the location of every derelict ship, start your game, fly directly to the derelict ship of choice, and recover it. And voila, you are no longer in the early game.
Entering system. Trinity Sanctum.
What is that? Oh, there might have been a
Entering
mission
system.
that you can
Unholy
only get if you get
retribution.
close to them. Pirate problems. Yeah, these are too advanced for us. Caught in a trap. We're just gonna stay on the highway until something pops up here.
Autopilot disengaged.
Or not.
Entering system. Ice mists.
I missed my ride. Very easy. What's that one? I need a fast passenger transport to catch up to the ship and drop me off. My job is on the line. I don't think we can... Do we have to have a chair? I also forgot what hotkey I did for... I changed it to something. I don't think there's anything. What's the, I changed the hotkey. Control D? No, it's the same. Okay. Yeah, there's nowhere... there's nowhere to sit, bud. I don't think that's gonna
Elite
fly.
Vanguard.
Economic minefield. No, we're not gonna do that either. There we go. Oh man, what's that? What does the little planet mean? Help us keep our water clean. Stranded pirates. Okay, we've offered safe conduct. Find a way to remove tracker mines without damaging the ship. I have failed at this before. But
I knew I could count on you.
that doesn't mean that I won't try again. Let's do a quick save. They can sit in the elevator. That's okay. We'll do this. I heard this was Space Mountain Blade. I don't think that's accurate. Star Sector is what you're thinking of. Star Sector is like Space Mountain Blade. This is like single player. People describe it as single player Eve, but I don't think that is. It's probably the closest thing, but also not close simultaneously. So it's difficult to quantify. I can see why people might call it single player Eve, but at the same time, Oh wow, that's like cheat codes. So if you switch to travel mode, you can boost while spooling up travel mode, and then you just start at a higher speed? That's insane. I don't think you could do that in the past, but maybe you could. This seems OP. Pivoting to travel mode, you should be a sitting duck so that you can't run away from combat. Kind of like how Star Citizen has it, actually. How I thought X4 did, but maybe not. Like, spooling up travel mode should preclude you from boosting, for sure. All right, let's not. I've flown too fast into this before. It's a minefield. Then we're supposed to destroy the mines.
Unknown object.
I don't know the effective range of my weapons. It's probably two-ish, 3-ish kilometers or something. I'm just gonna shoot anyways because these are tracker mines. So I think when I get close, they will track me. But I don't remember how close they get. So it's gonna be funny when I pop. Like, are these closer?
Unknown object.
Oh yeah, these are closer. I was doing Shift E, but they're not considered hostile. Gotta be a little closer than that. There we go.
Friend foe mine.
Hold on.
Please halt. We'll be scanning.
Why are you here, man? This is a minefield! How do I, Get out of here!
We've detected contraband.
I have contraband?
Detected contraband. Drop the cargo.
I have. Why are there hallucinogens? Drop all illegals. There you go. You can have all the hallucinogenics for yourself. And please don't blow up my ship because I didn't know that I had hallucinogenic drugs on board. Please.
Requesting immediate backup.
Jesus, man. Requesting backup? I dropped it. Is he about to kill me? Who did I pick? Must have been from one of the lockbox. Maybe so. Who is? They're shooting the quest ship.
Theseus, Vanguard.
The police found the pirate ship that I'm supposed to save from the mines because the AI is programmed to randomly spawn near you and shake you down. And he is the friend in the friend or foe mines.
Unknown object. Friend foe mine.
All right, see how it's a little circle? I should be able to hit this, I think. I saw the HP go down. There's one.
Unknown object.
I don't think I'm gonna get to them. I don't know if they can actually do damage to the other ship, which is kind of funny. 29 more to go. Well, you have to assume some of them will chain react or something.
Nemesis. Unknown object.
Uh-oh, they got backup.
Friend foe mine.
Please? There's a little... There we go.
Unknown object.
There really are
Phone
like
mine.
29 more to go, huh? Bro, the deviation of the target is crazy. There's so many police ships here. They're gonna kill this guy before I can save him.
Esia. Unknown object. Friend foe mine.
Uh-oh. Chat. Chat. Problems?
Ejecting. Emergency eject successful.
Perfect time for the ad to start. Why are they still shooting me in the head while I'm already a floating corpse? Who's attacking me? Double tap, triple tap, quintuple tap. I just need a little more money, man. All right, the ad is coming back in. I got wrecked. All right, I need to take a quick BRB while the ad is going. So I'm gonna do that, and then I'll check the subs that I missed because I've been yapping too much. I don't think I'm gonna be able to destroy the mines like this. So I'll be back 1 sec. What the hell are you listening to? And what is this red dot around my screen?
ACS, Vanguard.
Why are the... Oh, did they scan me for contraband? And I didn't comply? Oh god, they're tearing through my shields, brother. But watch how easy it is to escape. Boom. Easy. It shouldn't be easy though. But the reason that it's easy is because you can boost while pivoting to travel mode and the AI simply can't keep up with that unless their travel mode is faster, which is possible. But the fact is, like, I just went, we were fighting at a speed of like 130 meters per second. So when you boost, you go to like 1400 meters per second. You just like become Super Saiyan and go 10 times speed. You actually, Kaioken would have been a better reference there. And they can't, like, they're like, holy shit, did you just, that guy just zipped off into space. And when you activate travel mode, now I'm at 2500 meters per second and they're gone. They should have had me dead to rights right there, man. There needs to be some kind of mechanic where when you, if you take damage while, well, I think they already have a mechanic where if you take damage while spooling up travel mode, it cancels the travel mode. But the fact that you can use your whole boost meter, which no longer lowers your shield, so there's no risk to me. Because I can now, unlike before, I can now fully deplete my boost trying to get away from them without lowering my shields. So my shields are tanking, I'm boosting at 1400 meters per second, and my travel mode activates, and there's nothing they can do about it. Zero. Like, they don't have an interdiction or something that like, police vessels could have some kind of interdictor that stops travel mode from even activating when they're so close to you, or something like that. I was AFK and I still managed to escape. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we're not even gonna do that mission. I don't know what we're gonna do, actually. There are like randomly spawned in agents of chaos over here already.
Autopilot engaged.
I don't know what we're gonna do, chat. What should we do, chat? What are your thoughts? Here's my thoughts while we're flying back to civilized space. Let me catch up. Sorry for all those I've missed. I saw Cliche 420 earlier. Thank you again for the 29 months. Mad Dog Mac for the tier 3. My apologies for missing you, but thank you for the 5 subs in 1. I've been on another world. Mad Dog Mac, thanks for the 54-monther. Who said cock? Oh, we were talking about the cock. True Blade says sup. I think I saw you as well. But thank you, True Blade, for 25 months. Major Spacer said nice for 69 months. Zero Rig said press X to pay whatever. Thank you for a 76-month and Prime sub. Fathom Aerodane, who says E. E. Weird Pixel for 2 years. Thanks, Weird Pixel. Tiberius said thank you. I appreciate the 12 months. Happy year of sub. Coroni said barely show up, but hello, chat. Hello, Coroni. Thank you for an 82nd month. Expo Ol back for 45 months. Hi, Expo Ol. Make one be, so keep on keeping on. Cetaceia said, I feel like I joined at a bad time. Streamer Man is ranting about X4. Those are always the best times to join, so you've got the wrong idea about why you even show up to this stream. And Karmaloaf also, thanks for subbing.
Autopilot disengaged.
What? Fly to Nemesis Vanguard? No. I need to abandon that mission. I don't like that noise. It actually hurts my ears. Feels like my brain is getting hijacked. There we go. Oh, man. What the hell's going on at that station? That was my psychic attack. I'll stop. Thank you. Appreciate it. You know what I need? I need a new sandbox game, but there aren't any.
Entering system.
That's the problem. No one is making them because people like me exist. And even if they do make them, I will complain. I'm just kidding.
System.
What is this one? What did that one want? I didn't get to read it. I can only really name... I'm trying to think right now. Name an economic sandbox that has first-person view. That is... how do I say this? Name an economic sandbox simulation game
Entering
that
system.
is not X4 or Star Sector. That is also set in space.
System. Ice mists.
Definitely not No Man's Sky. Definitely not. I think... Ow! Ow! What the hell just killed me? Did I park on the highway or something? And like another ship just came through the portal and like road killed me? I don't think I was moving. Jesus, man. Can't park there. I definitely can't park there. Kerbal absolutely does not have the things I just mentioned. There is no economic simulation in Kerbal Space Program. There was going to be in Kerbal Space Program 2, and we all know what happened there. I haven't played Avorion, but it's... I don't know. So I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't have to be first person. I'm just thinking of like games like Star Sector. I would say Star Sector and X4 have at least some overlap thematically. Besides being something in space. Where they have things going on. Like you are one entity
Entering system.
in an otherwise populated universe. Where am I? And everything is sort of going on with or without you. Alright, there's no mission offer here anyway. Elite doesn't count. There's no logistics in Elite. No logistics. Generating a mission to mine and getting paid for mining, but the mining doesn't do anything is not what we're talking about here. There's definitely no logistics sim in Elite. And it's multiplayer, which has a shitty single player mode. Station engineers needed, we cannot do that. Free space 2. Sure, yeah. I'm looking for the mission to
Entering
pop here that we
system
can do.
through sight.
Defensive measures? Definitely not. There's something, there's stuff here. I want to at least read what's here. Boarding, definitely can't. Clear the way. Kill mines, we just saw how difficult that is. Shakedown, that one's easy.
I knew I could count on you.
Fly to second contact. Okay, it's already plugged in.
Autopilot engaged. Entering system. Second contact.
Yeah, I don't think I would enjoy Avorion because I'm not looking to build a ship with Minecraft blocks. So I will never get to see the rest of the game. Because I can't get over that one thing. I've always not gotten along with games that require you to build your own thing out of voxels. I get Avorion and Empyreon mixed up. I think I do too. But at the same time, I think I remember Avorion being that kind of game where it's like Minecraft voxel blocks. I think so. Has ETAL ever done Star Sector? You insult me with that question. Absolutely insulting.
Autopilot disengaged.
A slight against my family. I probably played Star Sector before anyone in this chat did. And I don't know if that's a I don't think that's a hyperbole. I was there. I was there. $13 years ago. More than 13 years ago, I think. No, it was 13 years ago. Starfarer campaign look and why I can't stop playing 0.5 alpha. That I don't even think that was my first video. I think that was like my second video. Feb 22nd, 2012 was my first YouTube video on Starfarer. Or maybe it was my first. So yeah, I've played it. I think this is this the station, or did I fly past the station? It's supposed to be Ant Medical Supply. Yeah, this is it. We're looking for criminal scum.
Short range transporter A.
Maybe? Where is this ship?
Mass civilian Civilian ship A.
Sorry. Thinking about how to shoot that guy because he's flying into the station. I don't want to shoot the station. He's trying to bait me.
Docking granted.
What? Docking granted? What?
Short range transporter A.
Why is everyone scattering? I don't know. They just do that sometimes. I actually didn't request docking.
Short range mass transporter B.
No, please, no.
This weapon sucks.
Short range transporter A.
The weapon is terrible. But we knew that. That's why I picked it. Don't go in there. That's cheating, man. Gotta stay out here where I can get you. Kitten Space Program. Here's the thing about Kitten Space Program. Do I hope it's good? Yes. Does Dean Hull have a habit of doing something for a little bit and then moving on to the next project? Also, yes. Therefore, I refuse to get excited about anything.
Short range transporter A.
He likes to do a little project for a little while and then do a different project for a little while and then... I'm not sure if that is because his creativity cannot be contained or because the project he is working on stops making money and so he needs to make a new one to continue making money. Or both. I'm not sure which.
Short range mass transporter civilian ship A.
Oh god, who are all these dudes? Oh my god, we did it. I'm done. I want to go get my new ship now, please. Oh! Stuck in traffic there for a second. I'm sure that'll buff right out, man. Take me to the Talati Wharf. Give me the... Haven't I regretted getting the travel thrusters before? I feel. Maybe I have. The boost speed is really low, but I want the travel speed to be high, so... all-around thrusters... Tier 1 shields, Tier 1 mining drill, consumables. We're gonna need resource probes, right? What a resource? How do I use resource probes again? We need flight assist, scanner, basic scanner. Those are mandatory. We don't need anything else. Though we might want to get the... do we want the trading computer to see the prices of ore at different spots? I need a pilot, that's mandatory. I don't know if I can afford the resource probes right now. So I definitely want trading computer instead. That's 243 and I have 252k. So if I buy it as is, then we have a functional ship. I think with the most storage space of the small ones that we can currently buy. So I say add it to the list. They need to build it, which should only take a minute. I'll have 9,000 credits left over. Lock it in, and then start guidance while they build it to the wharf.
Engaged.
All right, autopilot, relax.
Docking aborted.
I will take it from here, actually. But yeah, I would like there to be a very good new space game as well, because I feel like it's been a long time since we had one. And I know people are still enjoying No Man's Sky, and they're still updating and such. But it's crazy that the only ones that exist are the ones that have existed, and I feel like none are being made, except for maybe Kitten Space Agency, and that's it. I mean, Space Engineers too, but God, they're both so far away that I don't know if they count. I think both KSA and Space Engineers are at least 6+ years out. No Man's Sky has deeper issues that were never really resolved. Oh yeah, for sure. I feel the same. It was a fun game for a while. And then it sort of just kind of became like new gadget of the week type of updates. Never actually changing the paint the voxels core gameplay. That was at the root of most of my boredom after a while. I still enjoyed it for a while though, don't get me wrong. But none of the updates, I don't think, could really get me to go back for very long, just to poke around, look at, see what the maybe Planet Gin looks like now, and then peace out.
Entering system. Argon Prime.
I want one where I don't have to stay at the pilot seat when doing long distance travel. Well, I mean, that's clearly tough to do.
Entering system. Atikva's choice.
Seems like the end game is mostly colony idle game, exploring planets and expeditions. Yeah, a lot of people jumped on expeditions for No Man's Sky. I never really like got into it to see what all the fuss was about. But it's still like, especially because it goes on sale for $20, it's a great value for $20 for sure.
Entering system.
But yeah, most of the game is kind of based on kind of creating an idle game for yourself, where you install mining nodes and kind of get the automated little mining number go up resource wise, and then grinding for better gear that has higher stat number go up, kind of.
Entering system. Profit Center Alpha.
Oop, we're here. See if our new ship is ready. Should be right
Laser Tower Mark 1.
up here. The Talati Wharf. I definitely want more space and more sci-fi games. I feel like we don't even get really the like types of sci-fi games. Like, you know, when I was a kid, there was Sins of a Solar Empire, which I know is still being made, but I'm just like, I'm talking about new games. The games like instead of sequel number whatever, there were new IPs. Even like a Mass Effect or something like that, that's just aiming to be like a sci-fi story or something like that. I feel like we don't get like sci-fi stories really anymore. I still need to play the Expanse game that came out. That one could be cool. I don't know if chat liked that one or not. I want to play it just kind of off stream for fun eventually. Yeah, instead now we get Starfield. Whoop. That was fast. Didn't mean to go down that fast. The Telltale one, definitely worth playing if you're a fan. Yeah, I'm a fan of The Expanse. The Osiris Reborn looks good. How do I just leave the ship here, or do I have to do something to store it? I don't remember. Maybe I can, like, just get up and then disembark. Oh, my, sensitivity is crazy. I don't know where the sensitivity slider is. I'm sure that I've looked at it and have overlooked it at this point. Normally, it would be under controls. There it is. It's invisible. Oh, you have to click on it. Okay. That's why I was confused. Look left. Look up, down. Try that. Better. Maybe a little sluggish. Let's try 30. All right. Decent enough, I suppose. Ship options, put in internal storage. I think that's what I want. Down it goes. Watch your fingers over the railing. Look over the edge and it just like conks you in the head. There's some little random dudes, some crewmen over here hanging out.
You are reminded that lottery tickets are available from all retail outlets in the station.
And there's our new ship that just got built. Here's the thing, right? If we go to the Trader's Corner.
Hello. Can
Hi.
I help? Here you go.
All right, I need to sell stuff if possible. Oh, dude, we could have made a lot of money just doing that. I forgot that I, like, have things. That they might want. We have steak. They don't... Oh, I don't have any of those. Okay, we have bandages. I'm selling these, right? Not buying them. Crystal bit. I don't know what that is. Glow malt. Interface unit. Are any of these important? Should I keep any of these? Fruit. Needle. These are very odd and random. Rare spices. Salvaged electronics. 10 secure containers that are worth 5K each. Yeah, just tell me if I'm supposed to keep any of this. I don't care. My ear! And then trade wares. Keep containers to make bombs. I don't think I'll ever make bombs, but... Chat, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize that we were doing those quests for money. I didn't realize I had 106K in just inventories from the lockboxes and such that we picked up. Holy. I didn't know how much cash I was sitting on, man. I think finding lockboxes, just selling shit is the by far best way to make... Oh my god, my ear, I gotta turn the volume down. This is more money than all of the 3 or 4 missions we did combined. Alright, so keep the containers. Is there a limit on how many I can hold? It's still worth 55k. I don't think I'm ever gonna make bombs. I don't even know what that is. So I doubt I know it's for the bomb launcher, but I've literally never used that. Keep some food to make quest items like luxury meals. Nah. Alright, I'm selling all the secure containers. I don't care. Just give me the money. I'm gonna go hit rocks. 106,000 credits.
Good profit to you.
Now I can afford some resource things. The resource scanners. So this should take us directly to our ship. So here is the new ship. Kind of an upgrade, but still tiny compared to all the other ships that are in the game, but far larger than the one that we were just in. I don't know if you can go through here. And then up the ladder. Pretty basic cockpit.
Mineral.
Get out of here, Captain. I don't need you anymore. So I want some resource probes now. 5 resource probes is 41,000 credits. I think, do I need resource probes? Assuming that I don't have meta knowledge about where different ores can be found across the sector. I don't remember. I'm just gonna buy them. I think you can pick them up after, so I don't know if I needed 5. I think you can drop it, scan, and pick up. Oh well. Oh god. Well, very different experience with the interior of this one. Kind of looking like a pod racer. Yeah, we're a little wider than we were before. Just a bit. And so this thing should be outfitted with at least a basic trade computer. Nice, like, crackle to the boost. The better mining drill is probably worth it now. Yeah, that's true. I could afford it. The basic one's cheap, so it's not that much money that I'm losing. How, Doc? Shifty, let me in.
Docking granted.
There we go. Oh, dude, hang on. I figured out where that... Chad, do you know where that sound effect is from? I figured it out. me land first, and I'll tell you on the way out. Get a quick little mining drill upgrade.
Successfully docked.
Welcome.
53,000 credits. I assume you just sell the old one back for a slight... Actually, I think you get the full value back, which is pretty cool. Exchanging the Mark 1. Penguin Healer, why are you asking me if there's an XCOM 3? You don't get XCOM 3 yet. They're working on it, though. You get Chimera Squad and whatever the other thing is that they made, which I wouldn't recommend. But I believe they're working on XCOM 3 right now, right? Because Firaxis is presumably hemorrhaging money, which is why they are throwing their greatest hits out the door with Civ 7 and XCOM 3, because you gotta hit those old favorites to try and make ends meet. I thought Civ 7 was really bad. We only played it the one time, and I don't think I'm planning on going back. Seemed like everyone else liked it more than I did, though. Anyway, do you recognize the sound effect? All Civ games are bad until they release 3 DLC? That's not true. I loved Civ 6 at launch, so I know that that's not true. I know not everybody was like that, but I was. I enjoyed Civ 6 in vanilla. I thought 7 is universally hated? I didn't see that. Seemed like I was in the minority when I was saying that I didn't like it. Let's see what the reviews say. It is mixed on Steam. But the people with thumbs down have... The top ones are like 100 hours. I didn't get even close. I got like 8 hours and was like, I'm done. Anyway, do you know where the sound effect is from? Listen to the crackly bit the most. Not the initial sound, but the one that comes right after the initial sound. All right, now I want you to close your eyes for just a second and imagine that you've just booted up Frostpunk and a new event is popping up on your screen. And then you click the button to choose which of the 2 choices you want for your event, and then opens another screen. I think it's the same sound, actually. Just this one has like more space sci-fi layers on top of it. I have no idea how I'm gonna find rocks to hit without cheating and using meta knowledge of where the rocks are. I do remember that these are indicative of different types of fields and that we have a mining overlay filter. Chat, is pink the mixed rock? And then red is 1, and then... Yeah, there's red. I forget which color's which. I think... The legend on the top right behind your camera. I don't have a legend. Oh, this legend. Minerals and gas. Red is minerals, blue is gas. Okay. So it's both. So in the default zones, without venturing further abroad, We could go poke around. I think Silent Witness is kind of dangerous, though. Civ 7 has 3K concurrent, while 6 has 22K, if that's an indication. Civ 6 was very popular. There was a hardcore crowd of Civ 5 players who refused to ever indulge in 6 and stuck to their guns, but at large, Civ 6 was very popular. Even had a successful Switch game port, from what I remember. Civ 5 has 9K. Yeah, Civ 6 was, they really hit the mark for me. And I enjoyed the DLCs as well.
Silent Witness.
I was playing Civ 7, I was winning a war, the era changed, it deleted all of my units and ended the war. Oh no.
Autopilot. Disengage.
That's not good. But I think the misconception that Civ 6 was bad at launch until it got DLCs is perpetuated by Civ 5 enjoyers. Because we were out there at launch playing and loving it from vanilla, but I think the 5 enjoyers didn't start to enjoy it until way later. And so thus the myth that it was like not good until a few DLCs was born. It was just very, very polished. The Sean Bean experience was excellent. The menus were very, very easy to navigate. The combat was simple but satisfying. I thought the victory conditions were decently varied, even though there were only, you know, a few. The normal ones. And the wonders, I think, were fun to build, which is very important in Civ. I thought that they were somehow worse in 7. Is this ore? I don't remember how to scan rocks. This is long-range scan mode, so that's not it. Is it just get closer in purple mode? The culture system was cool in 6? Yeah, I enjoyed the culture system as well. This kind of looks like it might have ore on it, but we need to find out. I know it looks like I'm not traveling toward it. I am. It's just very large. Civ 7 has $150 in DLC already? Really? That's because someone at Firaxis was like, we need to release more Civs as paid DLC. That's what the people want. Does anyone want a backseat? Remind me, how do you even scan rocks?
Asteroid.
Oh, there we go. Left click on it, maybe? While in this mode. And it says empty on the bottom right. I don't know if I'm doing it right or if I'm misinterpreting the data. There was a way. Oh, that's the laser. There was a way to kind of like see from a distance whether there was any ore on a rock, and I had to learn this entire process and I forgot. Dead field, the radar will color code them if they contain anything. The radar is in like the bottom menu, like the 3D gyro compass. The modes, they just light up when you have scan mode on. How close do you have to be for that? Let's try going like way over here. Go through the gate, see what's over there. Whoops. Pew. I keep forgetting it's shift plus middle mouse. Trying to like look around. That's why I got the travel engine. 2,800 meters per second, boys. Where am I?
Entering Silent Witness 11.
Chat, is this the dangerous? Which one's the really dangerous one? Is it this one? This is a neutral sector with two unknown objects. Neutral sectors can be scary or they can be empty. I don't see any evil pings on the map so far, but that doesn't mean they're not there. So I'm just gonna get a little further out. It'd be so funny if this was somehow the same sector that I ended up mining in 3 years ago, just by complete accident. What does a purple ping mean again? We got a purple, a yellow. Each type of ping is a different thing. One of them is a lockbox. I don't remember what purple is. I don't know if I want to know. I hear you, but I don't see you. Oh, there it is. We'll go investigate the purple one, I guess. Whoa! It was an anomaly. We just flew by it. I think it might be a wormhole or something. Or don't we have to like scan it? Like get close to it and scan it or something? Ooh, there's ore up there as well. But do you see this like this little floaty thing right there? What do you do with these? Are you supposed to fly into it? What do you do? But if you fly into it, it may not let you out, come back through the other side, right? You're supposed to mark it with like a beacon, but I don't have any beacons. Why do I feel like I'm getting sucked into it? I'm holding like strafe left, and I am not strafing left at all. I can strafe right, but I can't strafe left? Maybe I am strafing left. Now I'm strafing left. All right, let's drop a thing. Deploy resource probe. So this area is 2-star for ore, almost 2-star for silicon, almost 2-star for ice, no Nevidium. All right, now that I have detected that, I think I want to see what happens when you go through. You can't. When you get close to it, it pushes you away. I don't know what to do. Do I even do anything with this? Or do I just leave it be? Oh. I had to go faster.
System, faulty logic.
Chat, we are in a bad... This red is bad, I think. And, this is the Xenon, like, home. So... we found the, like, space pirates AI home thing. It's not good. Is that not their station right ahead of me? I don't think we want to go there, brother. Is it still there? I think it's a one-way trip. I can check though. Maybe it's still there. I'm gonna turn around. I see. You see this blue arrow on the top left of the screen, and I'm just chasing it indefinitely. What? Where is it? Is it real? Is it me? Am I chasing my own tail? Also, thank you, 9 is fine for 70 months of sub with the Peepo wine in the chat. Thank you for subscribing. We are lost in space now. I should not have gone through. We're not getting a single thing detected here. All right, well, let's do travel mode and see if we can sneak onto this highway. Which appears to go to and from Xenon installation. Which I assume... Well, actually, that is a jump gate on the right, not an installation. So we can see what that goes first. Though there could be a lot of enemy ships there. How do I disengage? It's shift space? What did I rebind it to? There we go. I think we want to go through the blue one on the right. Maybe we don't. This could go deeper into enemy territory.
Entering faulty logic. 7.
Oh boy. We are probably very dead. Chat, did they change the flight mechanics where you see how I'm going 2,500 meters per second and change? You used to be able to maintain... How do I maintain that speed when turning? Why am I decelerating just from turning? I shouldn't be decelerating by thousands of meters per second. Oh, is it just relative? It's okay. The meters per second is a lie. It's relative to your heading. Okay. Never mind. It still carries you. I don't know what just exploded up there. Did you guys see that poof of explosion up there? We're not supposed to be here. I need to somehow navigate back through enemy territory that we just somehow slipped through. We must have surprised them. Look at that ship over there to the right. I think that's a ship. It could be a station. It's massive, whatever it is. We're just gonna have to blitz through at maximum speed here. Yeah, they're probably mining the asteroids. So this is the Xenon. They're currently prepping to take over the worlds through sheer numbers and firepower. Yeah, they know. Please don't shoot. 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 I don't like those noises. Yeah, you can get out of your ship. Yes. That question does get asked a lot, though. They can follow me through if they want, so we need to go fast. You don't do much outside your ship. There's a few missions that need it, but those ones tend to be... Oh, wrong way. Why is that reversed? Maybe I'm upside down. Yeah, I'm probably just upside down. Let's get out of here. I assume something that takes us back toward home is this way, but then again, based on the red and the noise, maybe not. Chat, how do I get out of here? There is a Xenon raiding party on scopes, and we are close to a defense platform. I don't know how to get out of here, bro. Also, it's almost time for an ad again, though I might, I couldn't snooze it in time. I apologize. We're looking for an unknown object on the map. Mining ship scouting mission. Yeah, I didn't mean for this to happen. I even found a rock to mine. I think the Xenon recon fighter knows where I am, bro. There's nothing over here.
Autopilot engaged.
T Walrus, thank you for the 41 months. How's it going, dude? Any Star Citizen players in chat? Out of curiosity. I like how Star Citizen almost literally hasn't changed since Pyro was added to the game, which feels like ages ago now. This has been a really slow year for them. And Pyro, other than adding a bunch of cool new visuals, I don't think really changed that much.
Disengaged.
This has been a really slow year. I feel bad for the Star Citizen content creators. Trying to manufacture some hype out of the little granules, nuggets of content interspersed with frequent ship sales. Dude, this was not supposed to be a scouting mission.
Autopilot engaged.
Looking for ore, man. There's supposed to be gas here. I actually might find some rocks out here. That'd be funny. If I see an asteroid field, I might stop and try to mine it. Be very dangerous. I have no idea how xenon scopes work or if they just teleport next to you. Unfortunately. Mousetrap, what do you do in Star Citizen these days? Yeah, they have to get Squadron out the door. Oh boy.
Autopilot disengaged.
That is not a good noise. That's a bad one. There's a whole Xenon raiding party just chilling there.
Autopilot engaged.
Apollo coming soon? I don't know what Apollo is. Let me look it up. It's easier. Oh, it's just a ship? Of course it is. Apollo confirmed for tonight's 4. There's no content ever added to Star Citizen. They just add ships. And that's if it's not one of the, like, 3 dozen ships on the back burners that were promised and sold 10 years ago. It's actually crazy how Star Citizen just keeps adding ships. Over and over. More ships, and no actual gameplay loops. It's crazy.
Autopilot disengaged.
Chill, chill, chill. I'm trying to scan, man. Alex, did you see the new video of a Hellfire missile bouncing off of a UAP? I have not. New UAP developments after 2 to 3 years? That's crazy. Also, we're stuck here. All right, chat. How do you get out of here? Is the exit faulty logic 1 or faulty logic 7? We're getting nothing on scans. It seems like it's this one because it's technically closer to true sight, but it might be totally isolated. 3 o'clock position in faulty logic 1. Uh-oh.
Autopilot
They're coming for me.
engaged.
They're actually coming for me quickly. Go!
Autopilot disengaged.
Oh, go! Holy! I'm dead.
Hull damage.
It's over. Autopilot, you son of a bitch. Worst autopilot in existence, brother. It's like, I'm not gonna go travel mode. I'm just gonna slowly turn, align to my target, then I will... No. We're not doing autopilot anymore out here. That was a mistake. I can't believe I escaped. I have like 55% hull integrity. I can't believe we even got out. That's a miracle. They were on me, man. CBS's news site, did they just release the video, like, recently? Or is it, like, from a while back? Apollo was announced at the Kickstarter, so it's like an older ship. I think it's funny that Star Citizen is handling all the, like, easier ships that they promised first, and the huge ones, like the Merchantman, are like, we'll do all those later. I respect the procrastination. That's how I would do it. Just get the easy ones, bro. All right, well, S.H.I.E.L.D. is back. So was it released like yesterday, basically? The video was? All right, we should have lost those two dudes. They might send more. But I need to figure out where we're scanning in this direction. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Lots of unknown objects, unknown stations. 3 o'clock is this way, though. So, like, we should be getting a ping here. This is 2 o'clock. It's like 12, 1, 2, 3. You can see the gate. Oh, well, that's not 3 o'clock, brother. That's like 1. I can see the gate, though. You're right. I want to see Star Citizen where crewing a ship feels necessary and not out of RP. Yeah, you're not going to get that outside of this ship has multiple turrets, therefore you need people to man the turrets. Pretty much all you get. There's not any functional, really mechanical or maintenance style things to do in Star Citizen. That's what they were supposed to be adding with the last major update, and it got totally canned. And then, bro, are there a bunch of friendly ships in here fighting? Who are these dudes?
Jump gate, fully vision.
Who are all these guys? Hop taking it to the Xenon?
Entering system, fully vision.
All right, we're finally out of here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is. Well, we found out how those two things connect, eh? Might have just rammed into something, I'm not sure.
Engaged.
But the mechanical stuff of like changing, you know, having the Star Citizen ships actually need maintenance and people to run around and fix different subsystems was being tested back when we played on stream, which was like over a year ago. So it's crazy that was promised to be in the big update that came out after we stopped playing, and it's still not in the game.
Autopilot disengaged.
Just kind of gonna, we need to actually repair the ship, so it'd be smart to go to the wharf first, but kind of want to like sit here for a sec and plop down a resource probe, just see what's over here. Very little ice. Okay, when you plop down a probe, how do you pick it up again? Hold on. I think I have to like select it. Don't self-destruct. Deactivate, then vac it in. Okay, we're good.
Autopilot engaged.
I remember watching a video about those features on the stream. Yeah, we watched I need to go catch up on all the videos, but kind of stopped watching them after a while. The last thing we watched was CitizenCon, and I remember pausing like 100 times to rant about different things the developers were saying. I didn't watch last year's CitizenCon, I don't think. Though that one was like a really short one, as I recall. Didn't they do it like remote? Not the big in-person convention like they've had before?
Docking granted.
I think am I upside down? Bro. It's not lined up yet. The marker is not where it's supposed to be. Right? The arrow line is supposed to line up here. This thing, it's not actually like lined up, and I'm just ramming into the station apparently. Yeah, I'm like, see, to line it up is collision with the station. All right, that's messed up. That's not how it's supposed to be at all. I don't know if that's bugged or what.
Successfully docked.
Or it's just far too close to, the dock is far too close to the wall, maybe. I need some repairs, please. But I don't remember how to queue repairs. I haven't mined a single rock. 11,000 credits? Okay. I'm fixed. I don't see how they can make ships need repairs without having the AI do it. The Star Citizen? Nah, they definitely have ways. They already have, like, when you salvage, with the salvage gameplay loop in Star Citizen, it deforms the ship where the laser goes, so they have like a repair function as well. You could just integrate that into the game. And then they have, like, the internals of the ship get damaged, so you have to replace fuses and flip switches and put out fires, that kind of thing. Like, think more FTL style of repairs. That kind of stuff, where you got crew running around the ship to fix various subsystems.
Autopilot engaged.
Okay, you know what? That was a damn good move. I don't think I could do that. I was waiting for autopilot to ram into a tower, and it just was like scooted right between them. So, hey, good job, man. I think that was better than a human pilot could have handled it. Though we probably have 5 Gs of whiplash. From hopping onto the highway here.
Entering system. True sight.
I just want to hit I want to hit a rock with a laser. So hopefully we can do that. I got real sidetracked in the Xenon sector. That was a unexpected adventure that, frankly, I can't believe that we're even still alive. Also, I think autopilot should be an upgrade that you have to buy and add to your ship.
Entering second contact. 7.
This makes me lazy, dude. I'm just gonna take a nap in between travel times. Oh, I see people mining out here, actually.
Autopilot. Disengage.
So, blue versus orange. I don't remember which one's which. Let's try an orange. See what happens. Okay, I don't really remember much about mining other than there are little nodes like this one that glow. And the asteroids are kind of rotating. And then we go beep. And we vacuum in, and we have a rock. What did we get? 350 ore. Does that say storage 100% full? There's no shot.
Please hold. We will be scanning your inventory.
Watch out! The rotation of the asteroid is too much.
We've detected contraband.
What?
We've detected contraband. Drop the cargo.
I don't... where did this come from?
Thanks for cooperating.
Who put that there? You? This is a setup. Who put the hallucinogens inside my cargo? I thought we already dropped it. Maybe that was in a past life before we exploded. They're planting evidence, dude. Can't a guy just mine asteroids in peace these days without the cops coming and patting them down? The second that you get here to the public asteroid fields? Where did the actual... I see it. Are we full? After one rock? There's no shot, right? How do you see if your ship is full? It's full after one rock. Actually... honey, you've barely touched your dinner. I'm full. Can I have ice cream? Okay, we definitely did not fill up the ship on one rock back when we did this in 2023. There's no way, dude. Because we did the mining loop in 2023. So apparently it changed since then because they did patches to it, and I was trying to do it to see how it changed. But it seems like the way that it changed is you just get one node, and the node is massive, and that's it. I'm sure it's like a useless ore that I have. I don't even know what the ore is. It's just ore. Okay. I don't remember who buys ore. I know it's not going to be worth any money. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. I have to do like a filter. I don't remember how to do a filter. It's like something up here.
Please hold. We will be scanning your cargo hold. Scan results show that you're all clear.
Okay, so then we can zoom out and then find like the best price is here. I know the menu's a little confusing. All right, so is this refined goods place? And there should be like, yeah, start guidance to object. Yeah, that was a real... That was really strange. Go find a rock, hit it once, and then your inventory is full. I swear it was more involved when we did this back in 2023. Is it possible that they just like sped it up because people complained about how long it took? You're not like I think if fans of the game could talk to you, they'd be like, well, you're not supposed to do the mining yourself. You're supposed to get money to pay another ship to do it, which I don't think is a good way to look at it. I agree that automation is definitely a goal in X4, but it's being a sandbox means that you can have other goals, and if you want to do stuff yourself, it should still be satisfying gameplay-wise, I think. But yeah, find the glowy thing, shoot it for 1 second, vac it up, and you're done is kind of... I would say not really mining. It's closer to how trading feels, where you go somewhere, land, pick up your inventory, and then instantly take it to another place. Obviously, there are much larger mining ships than this, but we played with the small mining ship before, and that didn't happen, so that's weird.
Autopilot. Engaged. Autopilot. Disengaged.
I don't think it's going to sell for much money, but I'm still going to take it over here and sell it just to say that I did. But the thing is, I saw a couple people in chat say, well, it might have been a larger rock. Okay, I could buy that, but a larger, there should be some, either you hold the laser on it longer to get more rocks, or you break it down into smaller chunks. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it is a larger rock, it shouldn't get chipped away on the first touch of your laser beam, and then you vac it all up in one fell swoop, and then away you go. You know what I'm saying? So just kind of weird. It's also difficult. Oh, might have damaged the ship on that one. That was my bad. There we go. Oops.
Successfully docked.
All right, we do trade. Here's your ore.
Welcome.
15,000 credits. It ain't much, but it's honest work. The early game balance has always been very, very strange, I think, in X4, where you could go through, you could do this mining loop and get 15k credits per transaction, or you could find a couple lockboxes like we did and then make 100k in almost as much time. But it's difficult to go back to this style of mining after experiencing the full fleshed out loop that, for all of its problems, Star Citizen has an amazing mining gameplay loop. That is not the most profitable, but it is pretty satisfying to crack rocks open in. And it's really difficult not to compare, unfortunately. But X4's thing is you're not supposed to be doing it for long. You're supposed to, if you want to do something manually, you kind of do it just long enough to get something larger. We're in a small ship, so you want to save up for a medium ship, right? And that can hold more, and then a large ship, and that can hold the most. So, like, if we take a look at, and that applies obviously to trade vessels as well, like a Argon Wharf. Go to the medium ships. And they've got, this one has honestly not that much more storage. It's like 9,800 instead of, we have 30, it's like a little less than 3 times as much storage. And this is liquid storage. And then this one doesn't do large ships. I don't really remember how to see the large ships. Yeah, where do you see... You have to have, like, a certain rep to get the large ships, is that right? Or are they just built somewhere else? Yeah, this is a single-player game. But the medium ones seem to be about 9,000. Shipyard instead of a wharf? Yeah, you're right, you're right. I don't know if have I found a shipyard. I may not have come across one yet. Yeah, I don't think I have, so I can't look at them. Needs a little more pew-pew time. Can you get a freighter that follows it? You would just have to get more mining ships, because I don't think that the regular trade freighters can hold minerals specifically. But yeah, this would be like the starter mining ship. And then there's a starter trading ship. And there's a starter fighter. I remember the combat being decently fun. You passed one in Xenon space. I'm sure that I did. Neroxen, thanks again for 54 months, dude. Much appreciated. Alright, Chad. I think I'm tired, man. I think I'm tired. Tired of hearing my own voice. I kind of like... we started off on the wrong foot, I think, with the technical issues, but I don't think that was the only issue. It's just, it's tough to go back. It's tough to go back. It really is. And it's not just X4. It's like games that I feel like I had my fun in and enjoyed myself, but then I come back 2-3 years later hoping that things have changed. And I know I haven't played for very long, but I just know that it's, if I'm gonna be doing the same thing that I did each time. Does that make sense? Like, while it is a sandbox, I feel like I would just be doing the same thing I did last time. Like, okay, grind in the mining ship, or grind basic quests, or grind lockboxes, or do the basic kind of A to B trading stuff to make money. And I don't really think there would be anything different for me to do, because I'm not good enough at the game to actually make an impact on the core pirate and Xenon factions. So it'd kind of just be us doing the same thing that we did last time, but like without any new gameplay, unless I just want to unlock one of the OP ships via a story mission or something. I don't feel like even that I would enjoy the diplomacy bits, because I don't enjoy the player station, and it feels like with the agents tied to the player station, I would never touch that content. But it's still a good game. I just had my fun with it. Let's put it like that. For me, my fun was like 200 hours. It's a good amount of time. Enjoyed myself, but much like other games, I don't feel like the DLC adds anything that is meant for me. Like new sectors, the only DLC for me, there's 2 DLCs that I would get for X4, and one is Cradle of Humanity and the other is Split Vendetta. That's it. I like the Boron, but I hate the main story quests that are required to use them. I don't like the Tides of Avarice systems or ships. I have no interest in timelines. And then Hyperion and Envoy are just ship packs. But I do like the split ships. I never done their missions. And I like the Terrans. What's the new grind? I don't know, brother. That's why I just wasn't here for the last 5 days, because I don't know what the hell to do. I'm grasping at straws right now. And there is no making old things new, is the moral of the story. There is only making old things new if, as a dev, you add meaningful new content, which I think RimWorld has done a great job of, but they apparently have a standard by which no other game that is old is able to imitate. I had fun, some good valid rants. Because I want to experience the economic, and I'm in the mood for logistics right now. But I'm not in the mood to dance around the obstacles that are in my way for me to be like, okay, so you've got a space station. Well, you could have more trading partners if you got the boron on board. Okay, well, that's... I either have to have skipped that in the creative setup or do the entire quest chain again. There's just, you know what I mean? There would be a lot of obstacles and checklists before you actually get the sandbox part. I feel like that would just annoy me more than I would have fun doing it. But I wanted to see what mining was like because they updated it, and I can't believe that it's just poke one rock and your hull is full. That's crazy to me. And like the scan mode automatically highlights which rock you can mine and automatically highlights where the ore is, so there's really, you don't really do anything. You know what I mean? Like, compare to Star Citizen, where you have to like actually scan a rock, look at its composition, decide if the materials in it are worth you mining. When you do decide to mine it, you need to actually be careful when cracking it because you could overload it and explode it and harm your own ship, so there's a risk element to it. You can actually deck your ship out with different types of mining lasers with varying levels of intensity and capability. You have little mining assistant little utility tools that you can plug into the rocks to make them more or like easier to mine in different ways, or try to increase your yields or just have more laser power. I'm not saying it needs to be Star Citizen, I'm just saying it needs to have some kind of mechanic that is more than like do the purple mode and then that one. Click it. 200 hours is around the time I ran out of things to do as well. It's a good amount of time. That's why I don't regret my purchase. Good purchase. I just kind of keep going back every so often, seeing if there's something there that's different and something that grabs, you know? And instead, I feel like it was just things that trip me up instead that I want to experience it again, new for the first time. I feel like 200 hours is about as long as it takes to see the boundaries of the sandbox, where when you first turn it on in those first 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 hours, it feels boundless, which is kind of what happens with most sandbox games. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of hop in and give it a chance to grab me. I know you might think I didn't give it a chance, but I did. And I think I've just done it. I think it would be the same. And I kind of just hope that in 5 years, the sandbox aspect or the mining gameplay or the trading or something would change. But I do think that they're probably just working on X5 behind the scenes. Sounds like you need more Starfield in your life. What are you trying to sabotage me even more? Sounds like you're trying to take me down. Secret agent. But I don't know what we're gonna do, dudes. I think there'll be a stream tomorrow, but I don't know what to do. And that's kind of been the funk that I have been in. I feel like I'm in a big gaming rut where the only game that I even want to play is Foxhole, and I don't want to stream it because it has a lot of baggage from the community of Foxhole to expectations to I don't think it would be an enjoyable to watch experience the way that I'm kind of interested in playing it. But I'm in the mood for something new. I'm in the mood for like open the Steam store and you scroll down and it's not Borderlands 4. Oops, I don't know why I'm on that screen. And it's not just Borderlands 4. And I scroll down and I look at the new and trending. And I think, wow, that looks interesting. What is that? But I look at everything and I go, Dragon Ball Gekishin Squadra? Free to play Dragon Ball MOBA? What is the world coming to, is what I think. It's so funny that the trailer makers are so scared and terrified of showing gameplay that they are only showing the like cutscene ults. I didn't mean to click this. Be an everyday hero. Spray water on buildings. Do you think you might enjoy Kerbal Space Program with colonization mods? No. Kerbal Space Program barely works as it is. And you add any mods to that and now you are fighting the game every step of the way to try and feel some little tiny dose of dopamine to give you the gameplay experience that you have been seeking all your life. You're just clawing at it, pleading with it to give you something. I'm telling EJ you said that. I don't think he would disagree. Dude, Fallout 76, let's go. Yeah, but anyway, there kind of just isn't anything. If there was, I'd be doing it. So I feel very in between things right now. And the stuff that I'm interested in coming out is not good for stream, like Battlefield 6 or the Ark game. Things that I don't really stream usually. One day of romance, not so, don't, okay. Don't, it says what it, don't mouse over it. Or you're gonna get your stream banned, brother. I didn't read the tags. I just saw the name and I read the tags afterward. But yeah, I gotta figure some stuff out. Any factory games you're interested in? Nah, I'm not interested in really. Like, I was interested in RimWorld. I had a lot of fun. I don't want to do another campaign anytime soon. 300 hours, I think it was more like 350 hours of straight RimWorld. And now that I'm out the other side, I like didn't get behind on any game because nothing came out in the 2 months that we were in RimWorld land. Armor Reforger is one I want to try. Armor Reforger actually looks like a lot of fun. The problem is that the servers are really unstable, and it's kind of just like seems really cool, but is a very, well, it's Arma. You know how Bohemia is. Here, chat, quick suggestion. If I say there's nothing out that interests me and you go Silk Song, and you think that suggesting the most popular game that I couldn't have not heard of and thought about and already rejected, it was like, man, I'm really hungry, but I don't really want any of the food that's around me. You're like, have you McDonald's? Have you thought about McDonald's? No, I forgot McDonald's existed. Anyways, I'm calling it there, chat. I'm sorry I don't have anything more exciting for you. I think what's going to happen is I'm eventually going to give in and stream Foxhole, but I don't know how long I'm going to hold out and resist because I don't want to. I would rather do something else. There might be a day in the future where I make like a stream Foxhole regiment for chat, but I don't think that that's going to happen anytime soon, but also you never know. Assemble the Legion. If only it didn't have such a toxic community. That's kind of the big problem. The Foxhole community is analogous to the Rust community. Rust community is slightly worse, if you're not really sure for context there. But yeah, we'll find something eventually. It might take a little while though. There's games that I'm just waiting on 1.0 to come out that I plan on diving into, that I feel like I've been waiting for a long time. I have been waiting for what feels like forever for Farthest Frontier to hit 1.0. And I don't want to play it before it is in 1.0. So that is the one thing that I'm really looking forward to stream-wise. The devs of Grim Dawn, right? Their city builder. We streamed it back in 2022 when it was an early, first version of early access, and I really enjoyed it. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna let this cook, wait for it to hit 1.0, and then it took 3 years. And supposedly it's coming out 1.0 within the next 2 months. So that would be like my most anticipated stream game. And actually it's tied, because eventually Battle Brothers devs new game will come out supposedly this year as well, and time's running out. So it's September, boys. They are called Overhype Studios though. So I hope Menace is good, but it still has a 2025 release date. So those are like the top two. Have you played Shadows of Doubt? I have. Menace demo this month? Screw your demos, man. Stop releasing demos. I hate demos that come out. There's only one reason a demo should come out. It should come out the same day as the game releases, not before. Demos that release months in advance of a game release are the worst. And I think that devs are losing on sales because of them. I think it's a genuine issue that they don't know is happening. People will get a demo, play it, be like, oh man, I wish I could play more. Well, I don't have more, so I have the demo. I'll play the demo again. And then they play the demo a few times, and then when the game comes out, you don't have any interest anymore, because somehow, even though you were constrained to a demo, it's the same phenomenon as talking about doing something and then you never do it because you talked about doing it. Like, oh yeah, I'm really gonna be productive tomorrow. I'm gonna do some work around the house. I'm gonna do some chores, and because you're artificially releasing dopamine in your brain that feels like you've already done those things. You're making yourself feel better by talking yourself up about what you're gonna do. You don't actually do it when it's time to show up. I think demos are the same way. You're like, oh dude, I'm really interested in this game when it comes out, but since you've already experienced it, I could name 1 or 2 games off the top of my head that happened to me. The Wizards game that came out is called Gun Wizards. What was it? Tactical Breach Wizards. I was really interested in Tactical Breach Wizards because I really liked Heat Signature, of course, as one of my all-time favorites, and Gunpoint by the same devs, but I played the demo for Tactical Breach instead of buying it. I didn't finish the demo, I don't think, or maybe I did, I don't remember. And was like, oh, okay. I kind of feel like I've played the game and I don't need it anymore. Is Manor Lord still being worked on? Presumably, but it's like one guy. I think same day demos are fine because then you can kind of taste the demo and then buy. But if you can't buy, then you have nowhere to sort of outlet for the experience you want to have. So you either grind the demo or you decide to do something else with your time and lose interest. So that's my 2 cents. But yeah, the goal for the devs is they want the demo out early so people make content on it, start talking about it, hyping it up before its release, so that they have a larger, in their eyes, launch day sales number. But in actuality, it has the inverse effect on me, where I see everybody else covering it. I see everybody making a video on the demo. People are streaming. I don't want to stream a 1.5 hour demo. Like, I gotta do something else for the rest of the stream. And since everybody else has already kind of covered it, I'm like, maybe I don't need to stream that. Yeah, you kind of just can't stay hyped forever, I think is a good way to put it. So I don't want to play their demo. I want to play the full game, man. Because I already know I'm going to play it, so just give me the full thing. All right, gamers, I'm gonna hop out. Have you ever played Darwinia? Why? Yes. Why are you asking me about like a 20-year-old game, dude? 2005. It's actually 20 years old. I just got that off the top of my head. Yeah, I played Darwinia. Thoughts on Everwind? Don't know what it is. Some Valheim Minecraft like in the sky. Songs of Six looks fun. It is for a little bit, yeah. We streamed that. If there's nothing new, you gotta throw it back. I don't gotta do nothing. I'm waiting on the 1.0 updates for Farthest Frontier. I'm waiting on 1.0 for the space game that chat mentioned earlier. That might also be Hooded Horse. Terra Invicta. I'll check 1.0 Terra Invicta out one day. I'm waiting on a Derail Valley update that actually adds anything. Holy crap, it's been years, man. The April one with the little museum was like mildly interesting, but once again, sandbox game that does not add sandbox gameplay loops. I know it's hard. It looks like a hard game to develop for with that level of simulation. but it seems like a intrinsic issue in the genre. I'm waiting on Gates of Hell to add a new faction DLC. That would be fun. But I don't know how many more months before a new Gates of Hell expansion comes out. All the Paradox games suck right now. Which is, I think, mostly not controversial take anymore. Hearts of Iron has really struggled. Like, the last couple of expansions just had those game-breaking... We're talking about, I had over a dozen game crashes the first time out. On stream, it was really bad. Soft-locked my campaign because of crash to desktop. We went back and tried to do another campaign, and it went terribly. I don't remember what happened. I've thrown it from my mind from June 6th. But I remember it going terribly. Somehow. So I don't know. It's kind of my problem, though. That's why I'm saying you might end up seeing Foxhole at some point, just because I would at least actually enjoy playing that. My installed game list is very chaotic. There's some games that I probably would enjoy if I already knew how to play, but I don't want to learn how to play on stream. I could think of at least a couple. But yeah, I got to find something new. It doesn't need to be a main game. I wouldn't mind like a couple of small campaign games, but I don't think those are really coming out anymore like they used to. Anno. I might try Anno, but I've never enjoyed Anno, so I'm not sure why this one would be different. Like, I would consider giving it a try, but that's 2 months away. So it's a little ways away. If you don't like Anno, you're not going to like it. Well, the other Anno games, the problem with them is forced storylines. Again, same thing. I don't remember which one I played. Don't the other Anno games have like dialogue and like a campaign story in some of them? Or am I thinking of a different... No, I'm thinking of Tropico. Sorry. Tropico is the one that has that. Where it's like ostensibly a resource management game, but they're like, hey, yeah, we're gonna say some crazy, hilarious things, and it's not really funny, but they think it's funny. I played the sci-fi Anno. That's the only one that I've played. Which one was that? What was it? It was 2205. That's the only one that I played. The worst was the worst one. Yeah, I played Anno 2205. They weren't my vibe at all. Maybe that was maybe I need. I will probably try out the new one, but again, it's in like 2 months. The Rome one might be fun. They have campaigns, never played them, always did sandbox. Well, I'll probably check it out. Descend into the madness of Factorio. We've already played Factorio, and it's not as good as Satisfactory, and I stand by that. I don't care what you say about it. All right, I'm getting out of here. Sorry, chat. I'll try to come up with better streams for you in the future. I'm still looking. I don't know what else to do. I was just throwing something at the wall and hoping that it'd stick. But it didn't. Because we've already been there, done that. I need something fresh. All right, gamers. Have a good evening. It's 1 a.m. I didn't even want to stream this long. Somehow we got here anyways. Thank you for chilling. Thanks for talking. Thanks for chatting. And I will send you all off into the void. So good night for now. I'll probably see you again tomorrow, but with what? I don't know. That's the issue. Nothing is grabbing me since RimWorld Zinned. I want to stream. That's the annoying thing. Like I don't want to be lazy and do nothing. I want to have something to stream, but I can't figure out what that something is. I think I'm in the mood for X4 if there was more sandbox and gameplay that we haven't experienced before in the last few years. And I want Star Citizen if Star Citizen wasn't a buggy, dysfunctional mess that also hasn't really changed since we last did it. Like, that's what I'm in the mood for. I'm in the mood for like spaceships and simulation. I'm in the mood for a Star Citizen that works. And that there's actually a point to playing. I think our Zero to Hero would not work. They've changed. It's a very different game now. They charge you for dying. I don't even know how... it's crazy. That's the most difficult category right now. It is, yeah. Like, space simulation is what I'm really in the mood for. Well, we'll play more Star Citizen eventually. I just don't think now's the time. I think they charge you to respawn now, which is kind of funny. Not real money, but an exorbitant amount of fake money. But maybe you can spawn on stations for free. I don't know. A quality mech game. Dude, when is that that one game where you're a dude in the mountain with like a artillery piece with the letters come out? K something? PVKK? Yeah, that one. That one looks sick. Yeah, Q3 of next year. Okay, don't even get excited about it. Never mind. I'm sorry I said anything. That basically doesn't exist for all intents and purposes. There is a Hooded Horse published game that's flying under everyone's radar that I'm really looking forward to, and it's not Falling Frontier, because that one's on your radar. We played one of those demos. We did play a demo. I don't even see it anymore. Did it get canceled? It was a game about being a battleship, and it was like Battlestar Galactica, the game. I don't see it on Steam anymore. I think it had a very simple name as well. Yeah, I don't see it on Steam. Capital Command. It's called Capital Command. Looks really cool. I don't know if or when it's ever coming out, though. It seemed like one of those games is being made by one dude. It says release date 2025 on Steam. But you know how it goes. That one was really fun. Would enjoy if that actually became something with a full game behind it. All right, good night. I hope I'll see you tomorrow. I gotta find something else to do. But thank you all for watching. I'll catch you for the next one. This one's not going up on YouTube VODs. I'll tell you that. Now get out of here. Good night. Bye.